1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the commentary position in Sophia Gardens. Testing, testing.
I'm more than happy with that. You can chill out and relax as you like. Great stuff.
So when we start, you might as well come and set up that box.
Of cricket. Mark, all very frustrating after the weeks that we've seen this summer of sunshine, but no cricket had to be raining today of all days.
Yeah, it was almost inevitable, I guess, that we're going to get some rain. The weather we've had the last few days and the last week or so has been fantastic, albeit with a few storms. So yeah, to turn up here this morning, the amount of work that's been put in to get the stadium ready for our first home game, it is frustrating, but yeah, the rain's falling, but there's still another 3 days and maybe part of today to play too.
Could be a question of on and off and fitting in a few hours here and there between the showers now.
Yeah, it does look like that if the forecast is right over the next few days. So yeah, we'll hope for a little bit more today, albeit I am feeling it raining again on the back of my neck here. But yeah, we'll hopefully get some cricket in, but I think inevitably we probably will be disrupted a bit.
This, of course, Glamorgan's third game defeat down in Somerset, largely to the Overton Twins, and then a draw against Worcestershire. What are your thoughts on the two games so far?
Yeah, it was a slow start. I mean, the result against Somerset was a disappointing one, albeit, we did have our opportunities in that game. We had them at 160 for 8 and, dropped a pretty crucial catch along with a few others at that point, and then the opportunity kind of slipped away from us with some big runs being put on for the last 2 wickets. You do tend to find when you're playing against one of those bigger sides or more successful sides, as Somerset have been the last few years, when you do get opportunities to dictate the game to them, if you miss them, you may not get another one, and that was probably the message out of that game. If we could have, knocked them over for under 200, momentum would have probably been with us a bit more then. You bat a bit better, and you never know where it gets to. But we let that chance slip through our hands, which was a shame. But on the other hand, it was good to see him play against one of those really, really strong first division sides and just give us a barometer of actually where we are and what we need to do over the coming weeks, months and years to get up to that top half of Division 1. And then the Worcester game last week was a creditable draw. I think, albeit in the first innings Worcestershire batted very well. We had our moments again with the ball. But yeah, then with a bat for Billy Root to register the first 100 of the season was great, and some other guys to chip in along the way. We had a few wobbles, which was disappointing, but yeah, a loss and a draw to start, and we'll see what we get here.
Yeah, bits and pieces going right, but you need everyone, or at least most of the team, to be firing at the same time, don't you? Yeah,
that's a pretty good assessment. I think we've had bits and pieces of positivity from individuals and probably small stages of games where we've played our best stuff without actually piecing it together. And 4-day cricket is the format of the game, which does kind of expose that. You want to be playing good, consistent cricket for long periods of time. We've had some small periods of good cricket, but we haven't been able to string it out long enough over those 4 days so far. But as we say, we've got 3 games left to put that right.
Yes, we've got the Northampton game next week, and then of course we're into T20 and the schedule announced this week. It's a bit complicated, isn't it? You play a block of 5, then the final 4-dayer, and then another 5. Yeah,
it's a bit sporadic and a bit sort of higgledy-piggledy, but look, I mean, I think we shouldn't be critical of the formats or the fixtures at all this year. 2 or 3 months ago we were looking like having a season totally wiped out, and if you'd have offered us any cricket in any order at any time of the year, we'd have absolutely snapped your hand off, and that's still got to be the mentality now. Yes, we'll have a few games put in between the championship games and things like that, but the opportunity for us to get out and play is really important. The likelihood of a totally cancelled season, I think, would have had a really negative impact on cricket, not just at this level, but throughout Wales. So you're not going to see us complaining going out there and playing in the T20.
The players still very much G'd up for it all, I guess, and as you say, just thrilled to be out doing what they're meant to be doing for a living.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from a player's perspective, they had a long winter preparing for the season, just got to pre-season where the first game was on the horizon, and then obviously the COVID stuff hit. They've been on furlough, they've been back in for a relatively short pre-season preparation period and then into games. So look, it has been a little bit not necessarily ideal for the players in a preparation perspective, but everyone's in the same boat. So yeah, they are really keen to get some cricket going, to get out there and play, and there's inevitably a little bit of rustiness, but hopefully we're working through that now.
with these long rain delays such as this, what's going on in the dressing room at the moment? What would the players be up to typically?
Well, the bonus is because of the restrictions with COVID, we've had to set the ground up quite differently. So actually, the normal home changing room is actually too small to inhabit all the players. So they've got a huge, expansive lounge as their changing room now, which means they've got loads of space to be messing around. I think when I left them before, they were playing indoor bowls. I think if you can. If that's cool enough to actually broadcast to the nation, but yeah, they were playing a bit of bowls, and I think they've been doing a bit of putting with a golf as well. But they'll always find ways to amuse themselves. It's not all reading newspapers and talking cricket.
So Glamorgan are in the bar area, and what about visitors?
Yeah, so Gloucestershire have got the top floor of the pavilion, which is they're spread across the home and away dressing room. We're underneath in one of the big lounges. So we've got one big space where they've got two medium-sized space. So we've got more room for bowls where they probably wouldn't be able to get a full ring dinner, I wouldn't have thought.
There we are. So that's what the players are up to at the moment. How are they getting used to the restrictions generally? Is it second nature now, or does it begin to chafe a little bit?
Well, just to get back to training, the things we've had to put in for the players, so they have to report their health on an app every day, whether they're in training or not. Then to enter the ground, they have to pass a temperature check, and it's all one-way systems and sanitation and 2 metre distancing, which is becoming part of the norm in society. But even when they come back from training, you saw 2 months ago, we've been very strict on them to make sure that everything's being adhered to. So it is second nature. Actually, the big things they're really good at, the 2 metre distancing and the sanitation, they're really good at. It's actually the small things which are quite hard, where they slip up. So the on-field stuff, things which actually are normally linked to just good manners and politeness. So if you're a wicketkeeper and you take the bails off, you're used to saving the poor old square leg umpire the bother of running in to put them back on. You'll put them back on yourself, and it becomes a natural thing. The same as picking the ball up in the nets and throwing it back to the coach. They've actually got to kick it back or hit it back, or they're the sort of small things which are harder for them to do. But I give them a lot of credit, because they've got a lot of responsibility for the game in general on their shoulders at the moment, because we've been let back to play, and it's been put in our hands to behave in the right way, which they absolutely have done. And if they weren't, I'm sure that there would be a lot of harsh eyes upon us.
And what about the away games? What sort of precautions do they have to take there? With the hotels in the evening, for example, where normally some of the players might wander out to a local restaurant and so forth.
Yeah, it is a lot less social going away. So firstly, they all have to drive their own cars, so they have to travel on their own. All the players have to have single rooms, whereas some would be used to, obviously bunking up with a partner. They'll all have single rooms in the hotel, and actually they're allowed to go to the ground and they're allowed to be in the hotel. So once they're not playing, they're back at the hotel. They've got to eat at the hotel and stay there all night, rather than, like you say, wandering off to a local restaurant or something like that to get away from the game. It's just the hotel and back to the ground, which is okay. But again, it's something that they're not necessarily used to, and obviously it's about following the policies in place at the different grounds and at the different hotels. So it's not as rock and roll as it normally is, Webby, I don't think.
But I suppose when you look at other sports, for example, Scottish football have had to call off a few big games because players weren't necessarily adhering strictly and to the limits placed upon them. Yeah,
absolutely, and that's been something which has been really drummed home to us from the start, both from Glamorgan and from an ECB perspective, is that the responsibility for the whole game is on the players. So firstly, for the international players who obviously came back before us, have done a really good job inside the bubble, other than the odd mishap. But at this level, there is a huge responsibility, and the players have taken that on board, as have the whole staff here. And we're very aware that there's a lot of hard work gone in around the stadium from people to get us back playing. We're quite respectful of that, and the players have largely done a really, really good job of that. Inevitably there can be the odd slip up, the odd high five which comes in without realising, but largely it's been really good, and they've done well.
And in terms of crowds, there's been a few people allowed in at pre-season friendlies in the Oval and Edgbaston, but that bit of the trial wasn't pursued at the time. Maybe now, maybe people allowed in for the T20 final stages. What are your gut thoughts on how it'll all go?
Yeah, there are a lot of sort of huge maybes, and they seem to change all the time. And I think trying to predict anything which is going to happen in the current climate situation is really difficult. As things stand at the moment, there's no crowds. We're not really preparing for crowds in the short term, which is the term that we're looking at. If crowds are able to come in the latter stages of T20, obviously that would be great. But that's got to be very, very closely caveated with we've come so far with the health and safety of everybody involved. Just to try and force back some crowds in to watch some cricket, it would probably be unnecessary. So should it be absolutely safe for everybody involved, then of course we'd love to see crowds back in. But if we don't have them, we've found hopefully other means for people to be able to enjoy their cricket, and hopefully if we do get some play, people will be able to see the live stream available here at Glamorgan and still be able to enjoy watching Glamorgan play cricket, albeit from the comfort of their own homes rather than a pretty cold seat at Sophia Gardens as it would be today.
That'll teach you to wear shorts out and about in temperatures like this when it's 10 degrees cooler than last week. Mark, how about your own playing career? How's it going at club level at the moment with Newport?
Yeah, I have misjudged the shorts, so I'll answer that question first. As we were talking before off camera, it's not going that well this season actually, so I am actually captain of Newport this year, so I've somehow managed to get an upgrade at that level to captaincy. But I think inevitably at club level, if you're captain, you end up actually doing less, don't you? So I've played a couple of games so far this season, yet to win. Which is a bit of a shame, albeit I was undefeated as captain up until the middle of August when we played our first game. Now so far I played twice last weekend. I got 6. I was out trying to hit a ball over the pavilion, which maybe 10 years ago I probably would have still missed, but I was out bowled in that game, and I was run out up in one of my own old stomping grounds in Brecon on Sunday, where we were in a bit of an upset defeat in the Macy Cup T20. So as far as my own career, it's probably very similar to when I was a professional, which is underwhelming and disappointing, I think.
Yeah, you're too modest, Mark. But do you find that when you're playing club cricket, all the opposition immediately step their game up? Right, we're going to knock him over. He played for Glamorgan. I'm going to be able to say I got a Glamorgan player out tonight. I
think that maybe a few years ago, when you first come out of the game, you think that people are all after getting your wicket, but I think it's probably sort of an individual mentality that you think people are after you. But as you become a retired professional sportsman for longer and longer, it's actually your own mind you need to work out, because when the ball's coming down, your head is telling you, well, I can whack that somewhere, but your body's more than a few steps behind, so your body can't quite keep up with your mind. But look, I really enjoy playing. I think you tend to get ex-pros that are in one or two camps. They're either really keen to get back and keep playing, or some have sort of had enough of the game. They've run their race in the pro game and want to go and play golf or go to the beach on a Saturday afternoon. I'm very much in the first camp. I love playing club cricket. I'm not overly bothered how well I perform, albeit I do want to do well. But I just like playing. I'll be one of these guys who's probably still playing when I'm 65 in the 3rd or 4th team somewhere, and still trying to practice and stuff like that.
Well, if you are, you'll be taking after your father, Ryland, who's still going strong for the Wales age group sides.
Yeah, so my father plays. He plays for Wales over 60s at the moment. He's 69 as it goes. So that I think that qualifies him to play for Wales over 70s as an underage player. So he has been saying that the over 60s have got some good youngsters coming through, pushing him for his place. So maybe he can be the younger player in the over 70s ranks. But yeah, he. All jokes aside, he absolutely loves playing. I think he played last week. He played Saturday, Sunday. He'll probably be trying to play on Tuesday. He's all over it. And I think that's the sort of spirit. I think sometimes we can, at this level, you've got to take cricket really, really seriously. But I think we all need to remember that it's a great game to play. Albeit I don't think he thought it was a great game last week, and he got hit in the cheek last week, I think, batting, but serves him right for not wearing a helmet.
Ouch. There's a few roars coming from over the dressing room, Mark, so maybe you better go back and restore some order to the putting or the bowls or whatever's going there. Mark Wallace, Glamorgan Director of Cricket, thanks very much indeed for your time, and let's hope we've got some cricket to talk about before too long.
Cheers, mate.
Well, hopeful for a few hours play at least. Just 19th of September when we last saw professional cricket in Wales. The umpires are inspecting conditions at the moment to see if it's dried up enough after rain in the capital a few hours ago. Likely to be favourable bowling conditions under very overcast skies. Glamorgan looking for their first win in match 3 of the Bob Willis Trophy after scrambling a draw at Worcester. Gloucestershire have won 1 and lost 1 so far. The players are warming up, so we hope for action here at Sophia Gardens within the hour. We'll be doing commentary in about 30 to 40 minutes' time. Okay.
cost probably what we're expecting is going to be. Alright, we'll just wait for we'll just wait for confirmation from them. Over to you, Tommy. Go again, boys. Woo! Tommy Margaret. Tommy A. Skipper. Spider-Man. Come on. Poppers. Come on, do that. What is yourself? Do you mean a show run? Just start off walking here, up on toes, next step, just get that hold through your path, great. So up to the first cone. Just from here to the next one, go and start nice and light, just get a little bit more effort as you're moving forwards, just do those singles. Try not to kick out in front, so you're going down into the floor. Nice heavy floor, you're not going to get much back, so you've got to put a lot in. From the next cone, back overhead, 1, 2. Yeah, okay. I don't want to see shuffling, I want to see you bouncing on that inside foot. Spend a bit longer, take your time. Good, and then last one into arms 2. Good, work your back out towards me, just going to go out, hold, next one. Doesn't have to be max effort, but you just look really nice and stiff on that landing, weight evenly distributed over your foot. A bit more of a hop celly than that. Thank you. Good, just from here go a bit more dynamic, so as you hit your contact you're going to go into your next one now. Keep coming towards me. Good. And then ease off, jog through. Good, working back up, so the first half, 10, 20, I want you to start on the spot, a little bit quicker, and then almost come to run in that back half. Take your knees up out in front, take your legs up towards the stand, build your momentum here, a little bit more again. Good, working back down, same again, just up the intensity, those last 2. Start slow, don't rush this bit, get into good habit through here, pick it up through the next one, and then start to shift 2 and 3. Just going to finish up with a couple a little bit harder from the start. So first one, I want you to stand on one knee. In your start position, you're going to get still effort, get left the floor and get yourself moving as hard as you can to the cone. Hold your pace to the next one, then ease off the last 2. Hold your pace through here, ease off, jog through. Good, last one and done. So you're going to go as hard as you can, a little bit more, and then hold sort of 90% through that last 20 metres.
Let's go, guys. Let's move. Let's go. Train you first. Let's go.
Okay, done, mate.
Flat ones, yeah. Working on the floor, it's going to be so good, bro. Right. One grip. Oh, shot!
Wide up, Captain Channel.
Nice, Bill. No surprise then. The eyes didn't line up.
The other line, One more tag.
Oh, fucking get him in. Oh, jeez.
Oh, Charlie!
Finish on that.
Well, Kieran, start with then. What's been the message to the troops this week after the draw up at Worcester?
I think it's kind of trying to stick to our own things. I think we're obviously moving in the right direction. It was nice to kind of get a big score in the first innings out of Worcester, but I think probably didn't quite do ourselves justice in that second innings with bat. But I think it's all about just moving in the right direction for us. And I think against Gloucester now this week, if we can keep on going with that and try and really put in a good performance over the next 4 days, that'd be good.
And the experience of batting number 3, it's been early to the crease each time for you.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew what I was getting myself in for when I started the season, but look, I'm enjoying it, and I know it's a tough gig, but I think I have to take it on the chin that I'm going to get a few good balls and a few low scores. But no, look, I'm enjoying it, and I'm enjoying the pressure and the type of thing that's on you when you do bat it through.
And how about the situation in the campaign? You need to get going pretty quickly this weekend if you're going to be in with a chance of finishing anywhere up the top half.
Yeah, look, I don't think we're not thinking about the outcomes. We can stick to our processes and kind of if we put in a good performance, we know we can beat anyone on our day. So I think we're going to just do that, and then if we manage to get a few wins, we do. If we don't, but we stick to our process, then we'll be fine with that.
How about coming back to Cardiff for the first time for a competitive game?
Yeah, obviously it's exciting. All the boys love playing at home, and I think, yeah, obviously there's a few different things up in the change rooms and one-way systems and all that stuff. But no, it's exciting to play again. It's Sophia Gardens, and hopefully the rain holds off.
Let's hope so. With the forecast not too great over the first couple of days, how much difference does that make to selection and toss and the way you approach the game and so on?
Obviously that'll be down to Matt and Cookie tomorrow morning to see what we want to do first up. But I think, again, it's kind of just when we do get on the pitch, making sure we're 100% ready. Obviously all the boys are used to rain delays in Wales and England, so I think we're kind of used to having to go off and on a little bit. But no, if we just kind of every time we go on the pitch try and win that session or win that hour that we're on it, then yeah, we'll be in a good place.
Yeah? 3. You said 3 on 8 and 3 on 4 on the 8.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, where play is at last set to get underway between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire in round 3 of the Bob Willis Trophy. And the news here is that Gloucestershire have won the toss and chosen, not surprisingly, to bowl first. I'm Nick Webb of BBC Wales, and alongside me is Stephen Lamb, representing BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucester. Good morning and welcome, Stephen.
Morning, Nick. Good to see you.
And you. No surprise that the team winning the toss was going to bowl first in these conditions.
Yeah, you and I had both been speculating about that, hadn't we? And a couple of changes in the Gloucestershire side, which is taking the field and is almost ready to get things underway. Tom Lace, the 22-year-old batsman, signed from Middlesex during the week. He is in the Gloucestershire team. And also David Payne, who missed last week's game with a stomach upset. He is back in for Tom Smith, the slow left arm spinner. I don't anticipate there's going to be that much need for spin. This game already reduced from a 4-day game to a 3-day one. But Tom Smith and Jack Taylor are the two who miss out from the previous game for Gloucestershire.
One change in the Glamorgan side. Marchant de Lange is in for Michael Hogan. Surprisingly, Glamorgan are playing the spinner. The first ball of the morning bowled to Selman by David Payne, and it's played on the leg side, and there is no run. So the Glamorgan lineup: Selman, Hemphrey, Carlson, Root, Cook, Cullen, Douthwaite, Wag, Bull, Van der Hoogten and de Lange. Gloucestershire in the field. The wicket for this game is towards the pavilion side of the ground, and as previously, we are operating behind closed doors here at Sophia Gardens as Payne is in and bowls, and Selman just about gets bat on it as he plays it out, scuffs it out rather, to mid-off. 70 minutes in this morning session, and Gloucestershire would be hopeful, I think, of claiming at least a couple of wickets.
Particularly having made that decision when the coin fell right for them. So David Payne, given the new ball, was shared in the previous game between Matt Taylor and Ryan Higgins, who took career best figures. 11 wickets he took. As
Payne bowls down the leg side. Selman looks to get a glance on it, but through it goes to keeper Roderick.
Yeah, he was the key player, really, in the defeat of Warwickshire. Took 7 wickets in Warwickshire's second innings, including a triple wicket maiden.
Impressive going. City Hall clock in the distance chimes noon. We're underway. Just a minute or so early, as so often here in Cardiff it seems, as Payne bowls and Selman plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Glamorgan coming into this game on the back of a draw at Worcester, an improvement on the performance down in Taunton when they were thoroughly beaten by Somerset in round 1. Remember, just 5 4-day games being played this season in the regionalised groups. As Payne is in to bowl outside Selman's off stump. Selman out of form really in the first couple of games. 7, 0, 22 and 0. So the pressure will be on him to get a score in this match to retain his place. Stephen will be joining the commentary, or leading the commentary on alternate overs, but we do have a bulletin update to do for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly. As under the grey skies of central Cardiff, Payne is in to bowl to Selman, way outside off stump, allows it to go through. We're 1 over into this game. Glamorgan put in to bat by Gloucestershire. No surprise there. Very bowling-friendly conditions. David Payne bowled the first over to Nick Selman. Glamorgan making just 1 change. Marchant de Lange replacing the rested Michael Hogan. something of a surprise that Glamorgan have chosen to field a spinner in what's likely to be a truncated game in seamer-friendly conditions. So Glamorgan have been put into bat by Gloucestershire. They're 0-0 after the first over.
So no surprise to see the ball in the hand of Ryan Higgins after his heroics at Bristol earlier in the week. And he's going to be bowling to Charlie Hemphrey.
Yes, Hemphrey also yet to get over 20 in the first 4 innings of the season, so the pressure on these two openers.
As Higgins runs away from us, the ball that's outside the off stump, no need to play it, and it's left alone. Goes through to Gareth Roderick. We've got 3 slips in, then cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Standard field, really. Mid-wicket and a deep backward square is the one man on the boundary at the moment for Ryan Higgins. As he runs it again, Humphrey again leaves that. That's slightly closer to the line of off stump than its predecessor. So Higgins gradually homing in on the target. Rob Yates, Sam Hain and Ian Bell were the 3 batsmen dismissed in that triple wicket maiden I mentioned. As Higgins bowls outside the off stump and he plays at that, Hemphrey, and misses. Early signs of movement, rather as we expected under grey skies. There's been a lot of rain around Cardiff over the past couple of days. We had to sit here and watch a rather gloomy spectacle for much of yesterday with the rain coming down and the covers on. And it's great to see some play. Higgins in, again he plays and misses outside the off stump. This will give Chris Dent, who's at first slip, plenty of encouragement after he made that decision to bowl first. Chris Dent, bearded, started well in the first game of this tournament as Higgins bowls, and that one comes back into Hemphrey, hits him on the pad, looks to be going down the leg side. Yeah, half centuries for Chris Dent in the first match, each innings against Worcestershire, but then not so good last week.
He's been the scourge of Glamorgan in the past, Chris Dent.
Here's Ryan Higgins again. That's a drive and will be the first run of the match. Going down to the 3rd man boundary, in fact, so 4 of them to get Hemphrey underway, and Glamorgan as well. Last ball of the over, and it's 4 without loss.
So Glamorgan finally underway, not entirely under control, that shot, but at least along the ground. Something of a thick outside edge. Hemphrey is up and running. And Selman will be, after a couple of ducks so far, delighted as and when he is too. 4 without loss. As Payne is in, there's a man on the drive in close on the leg side as Selman plays and is beaten outside off stump. So Selman has something of a predilection to work on the leg side. There's LBW trying to play that sort of shot early on at Worcester in the 2nd innings. And Glamorgan head coach Matthew Maynard was not at all pleased, as understandable with a start at 5 for 3 last time out. 4 without loss here as Payne bowls and Selman pushes forward, and again the ball eludes the outside edge and goes through to Gareth Roderick. And of course the angle of the left arm bowler is creating additional problems. Those slips are waiting hungrily there, Stephen.
Yep, indeed. Chris Dent at first, I mentioned George Hankins is at 2nd, and I think it's Tom Lace at 3rd. no number visible on his back, but then given he only joined midweek, that's not surprising.
In comes Payne, bowls to Selman, who's able to leave this one. Decent bounce on it, not exceptional. Yes, it's good to see the Gloucestershire players do actually have numbers on their jerseys, unlike some counties which only have them on their shirts, which is not helpful on a cooler day.
Tom Lace has been given number 1 on the scorecard. I don't know whether that's because he's selected it or whether it's because we don't know. Mark Lane used to have that number years ago.
In comes Payne again, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through. Pleased to see that Mark Lane has been representing England at, I think, over 50s level in the last few years.
He still plays quite a bit. Tremendous all-rounder. And hugely successful captain of Gloucestershire, of course, in one-day cricket. That purple patch they hit round about the turn of the millennium.
Yes, there was a victory over Glamorgan at Lords as part of that. As Payne is in to bowl, and Selman shoulders arms to that one, allowing it to go through outside off stump. The umpires for this week's entertainment are Messrs Jeff Evans, the Welshman, in his final weeks as a first-class umpire. He's obliged to retire on age grounds, but easily distinguishable via the shaven head, no hat, and the slightly larger figure of Ian Blackwell under a large white hat at this near end. Mr. Evans is presiding at the moment as Payne bowls, and Selman looks to play down leg side. It eludes a diving Roderick. What does that one come off? Some part of the Selman body is the signal from Jeff Evans. 4 runs doubles the Glamorgan total, but Selman not yet off the mark. Glamorgan are 8 without loss after 3 overs here at Sophia Gardens.
Yes, Ian Blackwell sporting the solitary sun hat out there this morning. It's pretty cloudy. There are 1 or 2 blue patches beginning to show, which is great to see. And the other thing that's very good, Nick, is to be up in the standard commentary box. We had a slightly awkward position in Bristol for the first couple of games in a marquee pitch side, and would either have been at third man or long on. And it's nice to have the elevation again. Watching Ryan Higgins start a new over. 4 slips now in. Bowling to Humphrey, who comes forward and defends. Pushes it up to mid-on. So plenty of options for Chris Dent in terms of seam bowling. These 2. He's then got David Payne as well. George Scott, who made an impressive start in his first match for Gloucestershire last week. This is left alone outside the off stump. No less than 3 players out there signed from Middlesex. Ryan Higgins the longest to go, and George Scott for this season, and Tom Lace just last week. Higgins would love to work some of the magic that he managed in the previous game. Right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump and left alone. Sun is trying to come through. There's a little bit of grass on the wicket. You can see the mark left by the hover cover all around it. The hover cover which couldn't be moved yesterday because of the rain. And the grass has gone a bit yellower. A sort of rectangle around the wicket as Higgins bowls again. And there'll be a single here for Humphrey. He's got it between mid-wicket and mid-on. So the total moves along to 9 without loss, Humphrey to 5, and the sun emerges just about. Or one side of the ground anyway. So an attacking field for Nick Selman, who comes forward to his first delivery from Ryan Higgins as an appeal for LBW. He was well forward.
Just a suggestion of inside edge, maybe?
Possibly. Possibly. Ian Blackwell tosses a counter in the air to indicate another delivery gone. And Higgins is on his way. And this, oh, is that held by Roderick? He doesn't think it's carried. There were half appeals from the slip cordon. It would have been a fantastic catch if he'd made it, diving to his right. It was off the edge, but I don't think, well, it's pretty clear from Roderick's reaction that it didn't quite carry to him.
Yes, that would have required a decision from Ian Blackwell as to whether there was edge and pad involved in that one. As Selman is not looking at all settled in these early overs. David Payne then to bowl to Charlie Humphrey. And Selman will be just desperate to get off the mark after a couple of ducks already this season. Humphrey also has the man at short mid-wicket on the drive as Payne bustles in and Humphrey gets an inside edge down to fine leg, goes through for the single. 10 without loss. That's probably the problem with the commentary box in Bristol, is that there is no external air at all, whereas in these boxes at least we're able to get a little bit of ventilation in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to have these windows you can push open.
Stephen and myself are separated by a pane of perspex, for those of you who like to keep up to date with the antivirus arrangements. Payne bowls and Selman drives. The ball just going gently to that short mid-wicket fielder. The dressing rooms, well, Gloucestershire are using both the normal dressing rooms with the external barrier between them being taken away. So presumably half of them in each dressing room, and Glamorgan are using the bar area below. So there's plenty of distance between everyone. Next delivery sees Selman driving gently on the leg side. Again, straight to short mid-wicket. And again, the oohs and ahs among the Gloucestershire infielders as he didn't middle it.
Yes, there are one or two figures in the seats around the stadium, but I think they're mainly ground staff. Maybe one or two representatives of Gloucestershire or Glamorgan.
Yes, it's all officialdom, whoever it is. As Payne is in, bowls, and Selman again prods forward. Did he just play inside the line deliberately? Not quite sure on that one. Might be being a bit generous. He's having a thorough examination from David Payne in these early overs, and he really will be desperate to get off the mark, as we have been saying.
The body language rather indicated that he played at that, to me.
So just a hint of bluish sky through the grey above us at the moment, as Payne into bowl to Selman, who drives down the ground and will be feeling a little bit better with that. It may not reach the ropes at long off. In fact, it's hauled up just inside the boundary, but they will go through for 2 runs, and Nick Selman is finally up and running after quite a torrid quarter of an hour or so for the Australian-born Glamorgan opener, who has signed a new contract to take him through next season as well. So not when the players immediately under pressure in what must be a difficult season for players around the country, with difficult financial times for the game as a whole. Glamorgan on to 12 for naught. Payne bowls and Selman tries to work on the leg side. Just, oh, there's a misfield at square leg. by Shaw, and they're able to scramble through for an unexpected single. 13 for naught at the end of the 5th over. Selman 3, Hemphrey 6.
I'm sure Selman will be feeling better about life at the end of that over than he would have done at the start of it. It was a nice way to get off the mark, actually. Good looking off drive, and then slightly fortuitous third run, which has enabled him to keep the strike. So Higgins is going to continue. Talking about the seam bowling options available to Chris Dent, I didn't mention Ben Charlesworth, who bowled a couple of spells at Bristol in the previous game against Warwickshire. Here's Higgins. This is tucked away down on the leg side, going down towards the long leg boundary. Won't quite get there. It's a long chase for the man at deep backward square, David Payne, to add to his bowling exertions. And they go through for a couple. 15 without loss. Selman now on to 5. So, plenty of options. And there is the left arm spin of Van Buren as well at need. Outside the off stump, and a play and a miss there from Selman. Just poked at it. Through it went to Roderick. So Higgins and Payne doing all they can to justify the decision of their captain to bowl first. Higgins in off the outside edge, goes to third slip. Doesn't carry as a catch though.
He's giving them a little bit of hope behind the wickets though, isn't he, at the moment? Or both batsmen using the edge of their bats rather more often than they would have wanted in these early stages. Just getting a little bit brighter after a very overcast morning here in Cardiff.
As Higgins runs in past umpire Blackwell, this is driven back to him. No run.
Yes, the bowler able to take that one on the bounce, on the half volley as it was driven straight back to him. Ryan Higgins marching back to his mark.
Contrasting conditions to the game I covered last week in Bristol. Temperatures reached 30 degrees at one stage during that game. Higgins bowls outside the off stump, left alone. But then that's an English summer for you.
Yes, we were absolutely in stifling conditions at Worcester last week. Behind the glass with not a lot of air coming through.
And quite a bit of drama towards the end of that one. We were the last 2 games standing, yours and mine, on the 4th afternoon.
Indeed, Gloucestershire completing victory, Glamorgan just scrambling the draw.
This from Higgins is left alone. Misses the off stump, but not by very much, according to the bowler, who indulges in 1 or 2 histrionics. Mild. End of the over, 15 without loss. 5 Selman, 6 Hemphrey.
Yes, Gloucestershire coming through to complete the victory as we have the first hand sanitisation break of the day after 6 overs. Glamorgan left 51 overs effectively to bat out for a draw because Worcestershire left them 7 runs and over, which is never ever going to be a realistic target. And so Glamorgan starting really badly at 5 for 3. Had 1 or 2 wobbles, but Chris Cook, Billy Root, Graham Wagg and a little bit of Tom Cullen saw them through to the draw with 7 wickets down. Not a great day for Dan Douthwaite, who completed a pair and got stung by a wasp while fielding.
Adding injury to insult then, all the way round.
So he dashed off the field holding his hand, and we all presumed that he dislocated a finger somehow, but it was apparently a wasp sting. So things can only get better for young Dan. 15 for naught Glamorgan into the 7th over of the day here in Sophia Gardens. Theoretically, there are meant to be 77 overs left in the day. Payne bowls and Humphrey pushes out into the covers, and there is no run. But with the forecast of further rain being around later, I would be somewhat surprised if we got through 77 overs.
Yeah, it's much better than it was yesterday, that forecast, but as you say, most pessimistic for the last session of the day. We'll have to see. There's plenty of cloud around still.
As Payne is in towards us, bowls and forward pushes Humphrey, inside edge onto pad, howls from the waiting vultures behind the wicket. Roderick and his 3 slips. And just looking at the latest version of the BBC forecast, we do have now, unfortunately, a 41% chance of rain at 1 o'clock. Lunch is due at 1:10. Let's hope we get that far. Imagine they'll be putting the covers on in the lunch interval, come what may now. As that sees Humphrey up on his toes, pushing out on the offside. No run. 15 without loss.
Yeah, the Gloucestershire game that I mentioned at Bristol, Warwickshire really had their noses in front all the way through until the final day. It was really that triple wicket maiden I mentioned which turned the game on its head, really. They almost got through Oliver Hannon-Dalby, who's no stranger to batting at number 11 in situations like that. They were just 5 overs away from a draw when he was the last man out.
Payne bowls, Humphrey plays no shot. Through to Gareth Roderick once more. The ball transferred up to mid-off, where Van Buren is the designated polisher at the moment. He has got a large red flannel, it looks like, hanging out the back of his trousers, but chose to work on it on the edge of his shirt on that occasion. No saliva allowed for players to work on the ball. Payne is in, bowls, and Humphrey is forward, defending to short mid-wicket again. No run. Morgan wouldn't be too worried about the number of runs on the board in this short first interval. Just minimising the number of wickets, I think, in these conditions. As we've been saying, very different to conditions last week, and indeed first week of the season for Glamorgan down at Taunton was pretty sunny by and large, as Humphrey defends another one up to Van Buren at mid-off. End of the over, 15 for naught. Salmon 5, Humphrey 6, Sundries 4. Gloucestershire winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. If you're just joining us on this BBC commentary, available on the Glamorgan website with the video stream. And nice to see that Glamorgan, like Somerset, have invested in the extra facilities to give people at home a better experience.
Yeah, it's Gloucestershire's first away game in this competition. First 2 were at Bristol against Worcestershire and Warwickshire respectively. They've now got 2 away games in a row as Higgins comes in. This is driven by Selman. He's going to get at least a single for it, and Humphrey is comfortable about taking a second.
Yes, just hoping we get through this competition as scheduled, really, because there have been news reports of levels of the virus going up in the Northampton area as well. So prepared for last-minute change of arrangements for next week. Obviously, Leicester having particular problems.
Away goes Ryan Higgins. This is outside the off stump, and again a play and a miss from Nick Selman. There's been a handful of those. Yeah, I'm not sure. Northants, I know their last game is in Bristol.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure where they are next week. Probably at home. They were beaten at home by Somerset last week. Somerset have 2 wins out of 2. as Higgins is in. This is turned out to deep square leg, there'll be at least a single, and in fact he's found the gap nicely between mid-wicket and deep backward square. David Payne and Josh Shaw both converging on the ball, and it's Shaw who gets there first. In the meantime, they've taken a comfortable 2. Selman goes to 19 without loss. Still overcast by and large here in Cardiff. As Higgins with 4 slips runs in to bowl to Selman, who defends, out to Shaw at mid-wicket.
Yeah, there were a few intrepid club games around South Wales completed yesterday, although they must have played in the drizzle for a fair proportion of that, I suspect. I suspect the majority were called off from the clubs in South East Wales on my Twitter feed, anyway. Some battled through.
Slight hold up while Selman takes a fresh guard. Gareth Roderick has come up to the stumps to draw Selman into his crease. Saw this happen a couple of times last week as well. So helmeted now, Roderick, as Higgins bowls, and this is turned to leg. They take a comfortable single as Shaw runs around from mid-wicket to field. Will Roderick stay up for Humphrey? Yes, he will.
Come on, Hick. There it is, boy.
Higgins then on his way, and I think is jabbed into the ground by Humphrey. It's retrieved by Roderick. It's the end of the over, 20 without loss. 10 for Selman and 6 for Humphrey.
Yes, these two batsmen both playing a fair degree of their careers in Australian conditions, and this is about as far from that as you can get in terms of typical conditions. Humphrey, albeit born in England, made his first-class career initially through Queensland, having emigrated to work at Brisbane Airport initially. And Selman, having come through the Queensland Academy, didn't quite get a senior gig there, so came over to the UK to try his luck, initially with Kent Seconds and then being picked up by Glamorgan. David Payne, left arm over, bowls to Selman, pushing back up to mid-off, and there's no run. Having said which, he's been with Glamorgan for 4 or 5 seasons now, so we'll be very much used to these perilous conditions for opening batsmen. I mean, it's match 3 of the season. It feels like April match 3, doesn't it?
Very much so.
A bit warmer maybe, but
and the square looks like it as well. So little used.
In comes Payne, bowls, and Selman drives back to the bowler, who fields in his follow-through, and there is no run. Yes, we've got the practice wickets away to our left towards the pavilion side of the ground, and apart from that, it's the only cut strip for the rest of the square. Of course, they net on the edge of the square here. Although Glamorgan were indoors yesterday. Payne bowls, Selman leaves outside off stump. 20 without loss. Glamorgan remain. But of course the indoor facilities have to be made safe as well. As it's quite a wide practice hall with I think 7 potential lanes of nets, but there's certainly a large gap between the nets at either side of that, so presumably that both teams can get some practice in when needed. 20 without loss. Payne to Selman, who leaves outside off stump. Roderick takes chest height, moving towards the slips.
Yeah, just angling across the right-hander. It's got substantially greyer in the last 10 minutes or so. The floodlights can be used. That's been agreed before the start of the match. So that may well come into play at some stage, given how dodgy the forecast is.
Payne is into bowl, and Selman flicks at a ball down the leg side. Doesn't get any contact on it. And through to Gareth Roderick. He's has been batting a little bit further down the order, although he's listed at 5 in the scorecard.
Yeah,
I think he was a bit lower down in the last game, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen whether the order we've been given on the scorecard is followed through, but looks like he would bat at 5, if that's correct.
As Payne is in to bowl, outside off stump. Good carry on that one, through to Roderick, but no shot required. 20 without loss at the end of the over. Of course, you've got Tom Lace making his debut and coming into the top order, which may mean others shuffling around a little bit. And I suppose in Roderick you've got a keeper batsman, and Van Buren, Scott, Higgins all in the all-rounder category.
Yeah, absolutely. Van Buren batted 3 in the first 2 matches, so it looks as though he's gone down the order to accommodate Lace. Excuse me, George Hankins batting where he was. This is all speculation, though. We shall see. Higgins is going to continue. And first ball of the new over is pushed up to Matt Taylor at mid-on. Taylor, the other left-arm bowler, or left-arm seamer, I should say. Van Buren bowls left-arm spin. But, yeah, I mean, Higgins at 8, that looks like a stronger batting lineup as he bowls, and this is well taken by Roderick, standing up as Humphrey leaves. So still the 4 slips in. No breakthrough yet for Gloucestershire in the first half hour, but still very much on the attack. As Higgins goes in, it's been outside the off stump and left alone. Nice to see the bank of trees at the far end of the ground. Plenty of them along the River Taff, which occasionally has the ball deposited in it.
Not too often in championship action.
Yeah, more white ball than red as Higgins bowls, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket, and Josh Shaw fields.
Please replace your divots, sir.
Indeed. They've done well, really, though, the ground staff, haven't they? Think how wet it was yesterday. And they did make several rather forlorn efforts to get the water off the covers. As Higgins is in. And that's pushed out on the offside this time. Fielded by Charlesworth at mid-on. But, yeah, they've got an impressive drainage system which involves pipes that sort of carry from the hover cover down 4 different holes on the edge of the square.
Yes, well, they had to work hard on the drainage here after the redevelopment of this stadium.
This from Higgins is defended, back to him.
Stephen Lamb and Nick Webb with you on the BBC commentary via the Glamorgan Cricket website. 20 without loss after 10 overs, quiet start, but bowler-friendly conditions. When they redeveloped the stadium from the previous much smaller county ground into a stadium designed to hold more international cricket, initially they found that the drainage was terrible, presumably because of all the extra concrete foundations around the ground, and so there was a relaying of the topsoil, and technical measures that you mention, and now, touch wood, it is among the better draining grounds on the county circuit.
Well, on the evidence we see over the last couple of days, that's certainly the case. It's very lush, the outfield, but a lot of water has been cleared away successfully. Going to have a change of bowling. One left arm seamer is going to make way for another. Payne for Matt Taylor.
So Matt Taylor has 6 wickets to his credit from Gloucestershire's first 2 games, running virtually the same path as Payne, as Selman pushes forward and is beaten outside off stump. Yet again, Gareth Roderick claims it cleanly. Yet again, there'll be a very worn path, because they come in at virtually the same angle, don't they, left arm over? Yeah. I suppose you get enough right arm over bowlers, but not very often you get one left armer replaced by another. As this is outside off stump, Selman plays no shot. Of course, that adds to the level of awkwardness of life. All the batsmen in this Gloucestershire side, which is fairly well stocked for bowling options, I think it's fair to say.
Very much so. Certainly in the seam department.
In comes Matt Taylor. Bowls, and may have struck Selman somewhere around the waist there, as that came back a little bit on him. No Jack Taylor for this game, despite playing in the first couple.
Yeah, no Tom Smith either, who just played in the second game, but didn't bowl very much at all. And often happens if games get reduced to 3 days that the spinner misses out.
Yeah, surprised that Glamorgan are playing Kieran Bull, as Selman props forward but doesn't have to play a shot, the ball going further away outside off stump. .20 without loss. Glamorgan having been put in to bat, and this first session lasts through until 1:10. Tea is due at 4, if we get that far. Ground just brightening up a little bit again as Taylor bowls and Selman drives, but not too firmly, and the ball just rolling up to mid-off, and there's no run.
England made a pretty disastrous start to their first innings at Southampton, after eventually bowling Pakistan out for 236. Lost Rory Burns in the first over. Latest is their 7 for 1. In reply,
slow going there, as that is outside off stump and allowed to go through by Selman, shouldering arms end of a maiden over. 20 without loss. I suppose the onus now is on Pakistan to try and make the running in this mini-series. England coming from behind to defeat the West Indies, and England having in dramatic fashion gone 1 up last weekend. It's now put the pressure back on the tourists this time, hasn't it?
yeah, that was a tremendous fight back by England. What a stand that was between Butler and Wokes. Managed to see the highlights in the evening.
Quite. We just, I think, finished in time to see it at Worcester. They are off for weather at Southampton.
Here's Higgins starting a new over outside the off stump, and I think left alone.
So England's 7 for 1 is in 5 overs, but it is rain-stopped play.
Yes, they haven't started yet at Headingley or Edgbaston. Yorkshire, Derbyshire and Warwickshire, Somerset. So the effects of the weather still being felt in various parts of the country. Higgins on his way. Bowls, it's a textbook defensive push there. Sussex, Essex. They are playing Sussex 143 for 6 against Essex at Hove. Northampton, Worcestershire 212 for 7. Delayed start at Trent Bridge. Notts against Lancashire. As Higgins is in. Outside the off stump, left alone. Middlesex 78 for 4 against Kent at Canterbury. At Arundel, Surrey 130 for 8. That's been delayed by rain. And delayed start at Grace Road between Durham and Leicestershire. That's how it's looking elsewhere in this tournament. Higgins running in. And that's driven out to cover. It's the Cathedral Road end, this one, Nick?
It is Cathedral Road end, River Taff end.
Yep.
Fairly simple to remember, although Cathedral Road is actually probably a couple of 100 yards behind us, but it's that direction.
Indeed. That's what matters. Here comes Brown Higgins, and this is the defensive push again from Charlie Hemfrey. It's a while since we last had a run scored, actually. 20 for no wicket. Last 3 overs have been maidens. This one is so far. Can Higgins make it 4? Turns and runs away from us. Well, this is off the inside edge of the bat of Hemfrey and goes to Josh Shaw at mid-wicket. And it does indeed conclude another maiden over. Still 20 without loss, with Selman on 10 and Hemfrey on 6. And the Sun again winning the battle at the moment, but one wonders for how long.
It is another hand sanitisation break. Every 6 overs, remember, although you can also do it if a wicket falls in the over or so before. It's to save time. We're also on BBC Sport Online, so apologies if you have been trying to listen via the BBC website and have been frustrated in the opening overs of this game. We can plead exceptional technical circumstances in that BBC Wales as a whole is in the process of migrating from one building to another, from Llandaffen to the middle of Cardiff, Central Square. And so things are slightly having to get used to new operations. But now available via the BBC Sport website if you want to just listen. Obviously, if you have been watching on the Glamorgan stream all along, then you're welcome to continue to do so. Stephen Lamb and Nick Webb with you from Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 20 for 0. As Taylor bowls and Selman is forward, blocking firmly back to the bowler. So apologies to any Gloucestershire listeners who may not have known that we're also available online, but there is a multi-camera streaming service via the Glamorgan website where you'll also be able to hear our commentary.
Yep, and more important than ever in lots of ways. It's great to be here to bring you the action as best we can, given that you can't come as a spectator.
Matt Taylor is into bowl and beats Selman with just a little bit of movement or the angle across the face of the right-hander through to Roderick, and Selman's slightly perilous time continues.
A charmed life.
Yes. He's marginally grown in confidence, I think, but is still missing the odd 1 or 2 and over. 20 without loss, 3 slips still in place. With the skipper at first, Chris Dent, as Selman pushes forward yet again. It's very difficult to tell when he's playing inside the line and when he's actually beaten.
I'm sure he was beaten by the previous one.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that.
Quite so.
How can they get off 20 then?
It really has been stuck on that level for several overs now. Gloucestershire bowlers churning out maidens. But Chris Dent having inserted will want at least one wicket by lunch as Selman dabs that one down on the leg side. And there is no run.
Yeah, maidens aren't enough in themselves, although they do help in building pressure. But as you say, Nick, wickets required. And none yet. 3/4 of an hour into play. Started an hour late this morning because of clearing up operations after all the rain.
As Matt Taylor bowls, and that's outside off stump, and Selman having nothing to do with that one. So match delayed in the test match. And England 7 for 1 in reply to Pakistan's 2-3-6 all out. Remember, they were 9 down overnight, but we're already into is it the third or fourth day? I've lost track almost of Southampton. Matt Taylor bowls and Selman chops that one down off inside edge and thigh pad, rolls out into the gully. It's fielded by Scott. No run. 20 without loss. Still.
It is the 4th day at Southampton.
Right.
Yesterday was washed out, of course.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's going to be quite hard to achieve a result in the remaining time they've got.
Yes, the pressure really on Pakistan to try and draw the series, you would imagine. Can't see how they're going to conjure a victory out of this one. There's so much in the way of weather problems at Southampton.
Yeah, the run rate is down to 1.55 here in Cardiff, gradually slipping in consequence of this succession of maidens. We're going to have a change for the first time at the Cathedral Road end. Josh Shaw coming on in place of Ryan Higgins. Looks like some complicated mathematical diagram, all the various marks that have been put down for different bowlers, with red spray. One of those would be for Josh Shaw as he heads in. And his first ball is just pushed firmly out to mid-wicket. No run. A pile of sawdust at each end as well, just in case there are any issues with the dampness. The run-ups should be okay. They've been covered throughout.
So Glamorgan were 20 without loss after 7.5 overs.
Here's Shaw, well outside the off stump and left alone.
We're now in the 14th, so the last run was scored off the 5th ball of the 8th over.
So 5 maidens in a row.
5 maidens in a row.
It's quite unusual. Turning the screw, Gloucestershire. As the ball is returned to Shaw. Number 5 on the back of his shirt as he goes in outside the off stump, and that was a play and a miss, indubitably, from Hemfrey. First of the over.
There may well be more. It's a torrid time, isn't it?
But the only edges that have been found have not carried. Couple of cases, one to Roderick and the other one to Hankins at second slip. Shaw in again, and it's on Midland leg and pushed up to Matt Taylor at mid-on.
Good news is that the possibility of a shower in the next hour has now receded. May well get through till tea. But the forecast has changed so much in the last few days, hasn't it?
Shaw sets off again, running away from us to bowl to Hemphrey, who is going to get Glamorgan off the 20 mark, as there's a slight misfield at backward point. But I think they were committed to the single anyway. It might well have been a shy at the stumps if it had been taken cleanly, but it wasn't. So 21 without loss.
Oh, he's expensive, Shaw, get him off.
Hemphrey goes to 7 with that single. And Selman, with Gareth Roderick standing back at the moment, is going to revert to batting outside his crease. Waits. He's bending as Shaw bowls, and that's playing a miss outside the off stump. So 2 for the over. 1 for each batsman. Hemphrey on 7, Selman on 10. That's a good start by Josh Shaw. Just the single off it. 21 without loss.
Yes, trying to work out how many balls that was between runs. It was more than 30 anyway, 34, 35, somewhere around there. Deliveries between runs for Glamorgan. As we approach 1 o'clock here in Cardiff, and probably in other parts of the UK as well. I don't think we've devolved time issues yet.
Could happen.
It could happen. Who knows in these crazy political times. 21 without loss. Charlie Hemphrey on strike. Still the 3 slips as there have been through the morning session. Posted by Chris Dent, who watches from first slip himself, as that's pushed on the offside by Hemphrey. Fielded by Scott at point. There's no run.
Ground is bathed in sunshine at the moment. Patch of blue overhead. Grey clouds around the place, but not over Sophia Gardens.
There were, I make it, 35 dot balls in a row. So if you're joining us late, you haven't missed much. Taylor bowls. There's an appeal for a catch down the leg side, but it was only half an appeal.
Yeah, Jeff Evans wasn't interested.
I think off pad, there was a noise as it went through to Roderick. And frankly, if you're a keeper and there's a noise and you catch it, you appeal.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You don't have much idea, do you?
Which, exactly what it came off, if you hear the noise, as you say.
You don't have much idea if it's coming down the leg side. Taylor bustling in, bowls, Hemphrey drives back to the bowler. No run, 21 without loss.
Chance of a crowd catch there, but no crowd.
Yes, if only he tossed it up in the air. Oh, well, we can do without players trying to fool commentators. As we look out from our usual perch, thankfully, high at Sophia Gardens, round about 3rd floor level, looking out from the Cathedral Road end towards the River Taff end. As Taylor's in to Hemphrey, who plays it defensively back to the bowler. If you are watching on the stream and you're wondering about the areas of the ground where seating has been taken out, now initially when I saw that during pre-season preparations, I thought this was a cunning plan for the crowds be separated from the players. If we were to get crowds back, that they'd take an area of seating out so the general public couldn't sit next to the pavilion. It isn't that at all. As Taylor is in to bowl to Hemphrey, who angles that one deliberately down past 3rd slip. We'll get a couple of runs. It may just reach the ropes. The chase is on. It's flicked back by Lace, and the throwing is completed by Hankins, and they have gone through for 3 runs. So both players now in double figures. Hemphrey 10, Selman 10, 24 without loss. So it's not some cunning safety precaution that those banks of seats are missing. It is simply refurbishment.
Aha.
They're presumably installing new ones or cleaning the old ones. I'm not quite sure which.
That's a long chase by Lace. First time we've seen him in action, as it were. He's stood at third slip, but pulled that in well.
22-year-old batsman, spent last season with Derby, signed from Middlesex though, as Selman is struck somewhere on the thigh. Ball just trickles back down the wicket. That is the end of Matt Taylor's over. 24 for naught are Glamorgan after 15 overs. Yes, Lace averaging 43 for Derbyshire last season in the second division. So a useful signing, you would have thought, from Gloucestershire's point of view.
And he's got the obligatory dirt on the trousers now, having had to sprawl to stop that on the boundary's edge. And that's just a reminder of how damp it is out there on areas of the ground which weren't covered.
Yes, it'll be dirty sort of marks this week. Morgan's clothing last week was rather sort of sprawling around in the dust, sort of dry areas of Worcester.
Josh Shaw starts a new over. It's outside the off stump and pushed back well away from body out to Scott at backward point. No run.
And I got the feeling that there's slightly less washing of flannels being done this season, with maybe facilities not being available to the away teams anymore.
So maybe he's stuck with them for 3 days, having mudded them. Shaw in, that's a full length on off stump, which is defended out to cover, right in the block hole.
Yes, a nice change of length there from Shaw, the former Yorkshire player who seems to like life in Bristol these days.
Yeah, he's played in every game of the Bob Willis Trophy so far. Tends to come on first or second change. Gull flies past the commentary box window as Shaw is in again. This is pushed out to mid-wicket. Matt Taylor comes around from mid-on to field. I think that was a black-backed gull that flew past. There's quite a variety, as we saw yesterday actually when there was no play going on. The cameras were fixed on the different varieties of bird life.
Yeah, the camera staff had a busy old day yesterday, considering that there was no play.
Away goes Shaw. Right arm over the wicket. That's a good ball, which Selman plays out and misses. How many times has he done that this morning? Must be getting on for a dozen.
It's not something that's noted on the scorecard, of course, but the analysts might be able to tell us at the end of the day. I'm not sure that they'll want to in this particular case.
Anyway, various species of gull. There was a pied wagtail. All sorts. Not so many around today, though, because they're playing. It's not so conducive to bird life as Shaw is in again. That's pushed gently back to him.
The gulls tend to arrive when they are playing, round about the tea interval.
Yep.
They've got
in search of titbits.
An eye for spectators, having dropped bits and pieces. There's an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to follow in the next minute or so, so I'll just barge in on commentary. There's Shaw runs away from us past umpire Blackwell and bowls outside off stump, and familiar raise of the bat from Nick Selman gets him through till the end of the over. If you're wondering why we are not breaking for lunch, that is because lunch is at 1:10 today because of the delay. Wonder whether we'll have to get another sanitisation break in. You'd have thought 18 overs will probably be the extent of the first session, and they'll be able to do that in the lunch interval.
Yeah, good chance of getting through uninterrupted, which we weren't sure about first thing.
Fingers crossed for the afternoon session. It's a 40-minute interval, so we'll be back at around about 1:50 for the second session of play. Matt Taylor, left arm over to Humphrey, who defends back out on the offside, and there is no run. Update for BBC Radio Wales, listen. We finally have cricket indeed. Glamorgan 25 for no wicket after the first hour. It's been very slow going when the 17th over, but the no wicket part of that equation, the most important as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Nick Selman has 10. He's played and missed numerous times outside off stump. Charlie Humphrey has 11 not out. Gloucestershire working their way through 4 seamers so far. Payne, Higgins, Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw. Glamorgan defends stoically. We take lunch at 10 past. Glamorgan 25 for naught. Dot ball while that update was being delivered. 25 for naught. And probably one more over that Gloucestershire will get back in before the interval.
Yeah, it's going to be Matt Taylor continuing. About 6 minutes to go before after lunch interval.
Work hard to get more than one in. Taylor bowls, Humphrey defends out on the offside. No run. There has been an awful lot of dead bat play this morning, hasn't there, with batsmen just dropping the ball down somewhere around their feet.
Yeah, but if Glamorgan can get through to the interval, I think they'd be very happy.
Absolutely.
Given the amount of times that batsmen have played and missed, and the occasional outside edges.
Taylor bowls, and Humphrey squared up by that one. But, thick enough bat on it. Ball running out on the offside gently. And Van Buren polishing away, handing it on to Shaw at mid-off. And David Payne, as part of the Fast Bowlers Union, is helping out his mate Matt Taylor, and it looks as though Taylor will try something new and go around the wicket for a couple of deliveries to try and make the breakthrough. Humphrey scratching away, making a fresh mark. There's a bit of sawdust applied by Payne to the popping crease. Let's make sure that Taylor's foothold is a secure one. Still the 3 slips. Any blue sky has now disappeared here in Cardiff as that sees Humphrey driving off a thickish inside edge to mid-wicket. And there's no run. We've hardly mentioned the fielders on the leg side, have we? There is a mid-on, a man halfway between square leg and mid-wicket, and a fine leg. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off. As Matt Taylor striving away for this breakthrough. It's into Humphrey, who's beaten outside off stump. Pushing forward, no luck for Matt Taylor in the first session of the game then, because in all probability that'll be his last over, unless Shaw really bustles through this one. 25 for naught, Salman 10, Humphrey 11. At least we've got cricket to talk about, but possibly not the most exciting session so far that we'll see in Cardiff this season.
Yeah, there were 1 or 2 slow sessions in Bristol in the previous game as well. Scoring rate down to 1.5 and over at times. But it was a great result in the end for Gloucestershire, their first win of the Bob Willis Trophy, having been beaten in the previous game by Worcestershire. Here is Josh Shaw. down the leg side, and a good diving take by Gareth Roderick.
Been asked if I can mention the latest episode of the Welsh Cricket Podcast at Welsh Cricket Pod on Twitter. Pontypridd Cricket Club 150 not out. So if you navigate that via Twitter, you will hear various tales of Anasangharad Park over the years, a venue that has staged international touring teams.
Next delivery from Shaw is on Midland leg and helped down to long leg. They take a comfortable single as Payne fields. It's about as gloomy now as it's been all morning. But no rain as yet. Lunch beckoning the players after a session of an hour and 10 minutes. 83 overs today, potentially, as Shaw is in again. And pushed out to backward point. No run. Be great to get all 83 in. The forecast is rather iffier for the final session of the day. But at least we're underway after yesterday's washout. Ball back with Shaw, and somebody's being asked to move from behind the bowler's arm, which is a bit unexpected given how few people there are on the ground. I wonder how anyone contrived to get in such a position outside the off stump and left alone. Just seeing whether I can spot anyone, but I can't.
There was someone just in the lurking in the mouth of that gangway, which is next to the large sheet used as the sight screen at this Cathedral Road end.
Okay, they've made themselves scarce. Quite right too. As Shaw turns. Is in again, and there's a forward defensive push back to him. This will definitely be the last over before lunch.
Yes, Kieran Carlson can relax the number 3, because if a wicket does fall now, they will take the break.
Ball back with Josh Shaw, who runs in again. And appeal here for LBW. They go through for a single, which is given as a leg by. Ian Blackwell not interested in raising the finger, and that single completes the first session of the game. 27 without loss. Tidily, each player is on 11, Nick Selman and Charlie Hemphrey.
That did look adjacent to me. Might have had a long think about that, the umpire. Looked like a good appeal. I wouldn't have been entirely surprised to see the finger going up. But Glamorgan just surviving. At Gloucestershire, well, they haven't done much wrong with the ball, but frustrating time for their four-seamers.
Yeah, unlucky, really, when you consider the number of times both batsmen, particularly Nick Selman, have played and missed, and a few outside edges not quite carrying to keeper or into the slips. So frustration for Gloucestershire, and in that context, Glamorgan will be pretty chuffed with the way that first session has gone.
Absolutely. So Stephen and myself will be back with further commentary on the BBC Sport website and on the Glamorgan County Cricket Club website at 1:50. Until then, thanks very much indeed for listening. Glamorgan 27 without loss at lunch.
Work out why I wasn't waving when Dan was waving, a bit delayed, didn't it? So I had waved, but I had to catch up. You weren't going to leave that there, were you? That went lucky to get Kelvin double, he was just above, just below the shin.
you asked before yesterday.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the afternoon's play in this Bob Willis Trophy match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, where Glamorgan were put into bat and are 27 without loss after 18 overs. And you don't need an A-level in maths of whatever grade to work out that that's a fairly low scoring rate, a run and a half per over. But Glamorgan will be grateful to have survived that first session in bowling-friendly conditions. I'm Nick Webb of BBC Sport Wales. Alongside me is Stephen Lamb, representing BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucester. And, well, a tale of frustration for the visiting seamers, Stephen.
Well, indeed. And as you say, the tempo rather slow this morning. We had 35 dot balls in a row at one stage. Extraordinary, really. And that was with Glamorgan on 20 without loss. They've taken it to 27 since. And, well, I think Nick Selman would consider himself the more fortunate of the two batsmen still to be there. His play and miss rate was the higher of the two, but he's still there, and that's what matters.
And it is left arm around the wicket to open up with as Hemphrey is forward defending. Matt Taylor continuing the attack, which he began before lunch. He has bowled 4 overs. We saw 5 overs from David Payne and 6 from the Cathedral Road end from the hero of the last game for Gloucestershire, Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, so having just bowled the 4, he'll be pretty fresh still. Matt Taylor, having had the lunch interval to unwind.
Can extend this spell if they see it necessary, as Hemphrey plays that one down on the offside. There is no run. Cloud cover maybe has lifted fractionally, and although it's been overcast, maybe not quite as much swing as we might have expected.
Might be a bit disappointed. It'll be interesting to hear the thoughts from the Gloucestershire camp at the end of the day about that. But there has been some movement.
It was definitely a bowl first sort of day, as Taylor comes around the wicket again, bowls to Hemphrey, who drives to mid-off, but there is no run. So a good toss for Gloucestershire to win, but they haven't quite made full use of it as yet.
Come on, boys!
But we do have an afternoon session of 2 hours and 10 minutes in which to do so. Welcome along wherever you're watching or listening. BBC Sport website, Glamorgan County website. Matt Taylor is in to bowl to Hemphrey, who drives up towards mid-on. That's well intercepted there. And looks like David Payne, who has prevented at least a couple of runs if he hadn't cut that one off with a plunge to his left.
Slight concern is we've got a 75% chance of rain at 2, then up to 80% at 3. Then it goes down to the 30s. So let's hope there are no interruptions. It's quite grey at the moment.
Matt Taylor bowls. Hemphrey leaves this one outside off stump. Yes, the BBC weather forecast has grown decidedly more pessimistic in the last hour. Well, there's someone on the roof of our new building at Central Square in the middle of town peering out over the channel. Who knows? Quick, and see it raining over Penarth.
Yeah.
Change the forecast for Cardiff. As Taylor around the wicket, Hemphrey leaves. End of yet another maiden over to add to Gloucestershire's collection of maidens. That was the 10th of the innings, and we've had only 19 bowled, so quite a lot of scoreless overs.
Yeah, Penarth isn't that far away from here, is it?
No, Penarth's about 4 or 5 miles down the road.
Yeah, good view of the channel from there, with Cardiff Bay and those big locks that allow boats in and out. 2 marinas, Penarth and Cardiff, and the yacht clubs.
Indeed, a lot of activity down there these days. As we await the first run after lunch. So we did have that 35 dot ball sequence in the morning session, and it'll be Josh Shaw to continue.
They surely can't be as slow as that in getting things
We're
underway.
up to 6.
Shaw it is then. Right arm over the wicket. In, and yeah, there's the first dot ball of the over anyway. Pushed back to him by Nick Selman.
Still no further play in Southampton in the Test match. Raining heavily in Southampton. A cursed game that. England 7-for-1 in reply to Pakistan's 2-3-6 all out.
Away goes Josh Shaw to bowl to Selman, who watchfully defends that back to him.
It's one of those games, isn't it, where you could put the same phrase on tape, isn't it?
It has been a bit like that.
Left outside off stump, or a play and a miss, or whatever.
Yeah, and no run. Or dot ball. Shaw is in again. And is this a catch at slip? It is. First wicket has gone, and that's a fine effort by George Hankins, diving across to his left to take that two-handed off the outside edge. Josh Shaw has struck for Gloucestershire. The first Glamorgan wicket has gone. They're 27-for-1.
Well, Nick Selman can't really bemoan his luck because he had so many play and misses in the morning session. But early in the afternoon, he is back in the pavilion, and Gloucestershire's bowlers have got the reward that I think neutrals would say that they deserve. Not them, probably many neutrals listening or watching, but Gloucestershire earning that wicket, I think, with their work in the morning session, and they've struck in the second over of the afternoon. Selman not quite to the pitch of it, and edging round about thigh high to slip.
Yeah, well taken by George Hankins. So Gloucestershire will feel belated just desserts, having induced so many plays and misses from Nick Selman. Finally they've got rid of him, and that's a good confidence booster for them in just the second over of the afternoon. So 19 overs bowled. We've got 64 remaining potentially. Whether the weather will allow us that remains to be seen. And Josh Shaw will be bowling to the new batsman.
Kieran Carlson.
In he comes. Carlson leaves that alone. Outside his off stump, it goes through to Gareth Roderick. I have a feeling that Kieran Carlson shares a birthday with me. Saw him bat here 2 or 3 years ago in a one-day game.
16th of May?
Yep, that's the one.
1998?
Perfect.
Settle for that.
He waits Carlson as Shaw runs in. Bowls, and it's outside the stump and left alone. Taken by Gareth Roderick. Yeah, he had to move across. It was the kind of edge which occasionally can bisect two slip fielders if it's not their day. But Hankins was very proactive the way he took it, moving to his left. It was nicely done. Shaw in to bowl to Kieran Carlson, who clips this one off his toes down to deep backward square leg, and he's timed it so well that although they thought about a second, it was never going to be there. So Carlson is underway, as is the Glamorgan total. 28-for-1, Carlson off the mark, Hemphry still on 11.
So Gloucestershire finally getting their breakthrough in the 20th over of the Glamorgan innings. But Glamorgan certainly not getting away in terms of the run rate. So the battle for survival goes on with another couple of hours potentially in this afternoon session, as Kieran Carlson takes his guard off fellow Welshman Jeff Evans, and Taylor will come back over the wicket to bowl to Carlson, left arm over. Running away from the River Taff end towards us. He comes, bowls a short delivery that Carlson gets on top of and plays out on the leg side. And there's no run. So the Gloucestershire field, as it has been for much of the day, Chris Stent has not had to put any extra defenders out because he's got 3 slips in. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, come square leg and fine leg. Taylor bowls, and that's a leading edge from Carlson that flies between point and cover. It was initially a little bit uppish, but wouldn't have carried to the fielder, and Carlson has a second single, but a little moral victory to the bowler Matt Taylor there. As Humphrey and Carlson advance towards mid-wicket and have a quick socially distanced word. Just wondered whether Chris Stent might add a gully to his catching cordon. Taylor, left arm over as the City Hall clock strikes 2, and Humphrey pushes on the leg side and runs, and they go through for a single as David Payne picks up, feigns to throw at the wicket but doesn't bother, and intelligent play by Glamorgan to look for a quick single to get things ticking at least.
Yeah, he knew it wasn't worth it, David Payne. He knew the batsman was going to be home, so no point risking an overthrow.
Gloucestershire not playing the specialist spinner because they've got the services of Van Buren if they want a bit of twirling done, so Tom Smith missing out on this one. As Taylor bowls and Carlson behind that, playing it back down the wicket to the bowler. Van Buren, a man who bowled his side to victory over Glamorgan in Cardiff a couple of seasons back in a final afternoon collapse. Glamorgan have picked up a couple of wins in Bristol in recent years as well. Marnus Labuschagne was their key man last season. The Australian, of course, will be seen over here in the UK in Australian colours. Matt Taylor in to bowl. Carlson tries to work down the leg side, doesn't get anything through to Roderick. 30 for 1. Australian touring party will play 3 one-day internationals and 3 T20 internationals against England, and it'll be interesting to see if they do consider Labuschagne for the short form, because he's played at any level very little of T20 cricket.
What a signing he was here.
Absolutely. Let's hope we see something of him in the next couple of years. As Carlson drives nicely, but Taylor getting his hand down and preventing any single being taken. 30 for 1 then at the end of the over. Update for BBC Radio Wales Sport coming very shortly. Glamorgan are 30 for 1. They have just lost their first wicket after battling through a torrid 70-minute morning session in which there were 35 scoreless balls in a row delivered by the Gloucestershire seamers. Nick Selman's just gone for 11, edging Josh Shaw to Hankins at second slip. Charlie Humphrey is on 12. Kieran Carlson is on 2. And we wait to see how long today's play will survive the weather. At the moment, Glamorgan just about surviving. They're 30 for 1. As that ball is played by Humphrey to mid-wicket.
Yeah, first of a new over from Josh Shaw. So just 3 runs added since the interval. Kieran Carlson has scored 2 of them. And Josh Shaw hoping to add to his post-lunch breakthrough. In he goes to bowl to Hemfrey and has bowled him. Off stump, he pushed forward at that, Hemfrey, and he was playing down the wrong line. Possibly it seemed away from him fractionally, but Hemfrey has gone. Both openers now have gone after struggling through to the lunch interval. Glamorgan now 30 for 2, with Hemfrey bowled by Shaw for 12.
Yes, pushing forward, not sure whether he's done for speed or pushed down the wrong line. The result is the same, the bails go flying, and both batsmen having done the hard work really of getting through the first session. 30 for 2, and Gloucestershire have their rewards, and Chris Dent can celebrate, albeit a little bit later than he would have expected, having won the toss and chosen to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, that puts a different complexion on things, really. That's the kind of position he would have been hoping to get to at the lunch interval. But now, just 3 overs in from the restart, that's a much more pleasant sight for the eyes of Gloucestershire supporters. That scoreboard. So Kieran Carlson, who's only just come in, is having a word with Billy Root, who's the new batsman joining him. Younger brother of Joe, of course. Moved here from Notts.
Yes, this is his second season with Glamorgan. First innings century at Worcester. So I'll be hoping that he's in a reasonable nick, but the struggles for Glamorgan's openers go on. To register a score more than 22 between them in a total of 10 innings, 5 each now.
So away goes Josh Shaw with his tail up, and that's played down to the widest of the 3 slips. Tom Lace making his Gloucestershire debut today. Should have been yesterday, but the rain prevented that. So what a post-lunch burst from Josh Shaw this is, as both the wickets to have fallen, and is on his way in again to bowl to Root, who gets one outside his off stump and leaves it alone. So those 3 slips on constant alert, and they're going to stay there for a while now with the double breakthrough. Shaw turns below us, the Cathedral Road end, in to bowl to Root, who drives only back to the bowler though. It's a full-length delivery, which he played pretty well. So it's not Route 66, it's Route 7.
Indeed, he was Route 66 last season. He claims to have originated the idea, and his brother nicked it. That's Billy's story anyway.
Shaw into bowl to him again, and he's going to get off the mark here as he pushes it to deep square leg. We've got a couple nicely placed between the deep fielder and the run-saving one. So off the mark, Billy Root, 2 apiece to him and Kieran Carlson. 32 for 2 at the end of the over.
So it's advantage Gloucestershire at the moment. And Carlson saying he was enjoying the challenge of batting at number 3, which really has been a problem position for Glamorgan over several seasons, apart from when Labuschagne was occupying it with success last season. But various other players have been thrust into the number 3 slot, several of them against their natural inclination, you suspect. without success, as Matt Taylor is in and bowls, and that's allowed to go through by Carlson, or without consistent success, I think it's fairer to say. With Will Bragg's retirement a few years back, there haven't been any natural number threes, mind you. I suppose in the UK county game as a whole, it's a problem to find natural top order batsmen, isn't it? In the red ball game, it's an unfashionable art. Matt Taylor has come back around the wicket, and Carlson deflects this one away on the leg side. No run. With all the rumblings about the future format of the game, report in one Sunday newspaper today claiming that might stick to this particular format of regionalised 4-day cricket. I don't see the benefit of going away from first and second division myself.
I agree with you.
Here is Taylor, left arm round, bowls to Carlson, who gets that off a thickish inside edge through square leg, and they'll settle for the single as the ball's shot away just past the umpire. Carlson takes the single, and umpire Blackwell will proceed from one side to t'other for the left-hand bat.
With stately gait. I mean, the reason I agree with you about the two-division thing is it's just worked so much better than it did with all 18 counties in the same one. And I know the argument that if you break it down into regions, then everybody starts knowing that they've got a chance of winning it. But there are more dead games late season.
Matt Taylor, left arm over the wicket to left-handed route, who's dabbing that one down on the leg side, who's initially interested in a quick signal to get off the mark, but Carlson quickly saw that square leg was on the ball. And it doesn't really make sense that Glamorgan would be paired with Northants and not have a chance to visit any of the sides in London or the southeast of England when the travelling times are similar. Matt Taylor in to bowl to Root. Is an appeal to LBW as he tries to work on the leg side.
That's why it's given not out. I suspect it was going down leg.
Certainly that was the impression from Root's shot.
You always get more enthusiastic appealing when 2 wickets have just fallen.
Spirits are high in the visitors' camp, and understandably so. 33 for 2. Glamorgan having taken lunch on 27 for naught. Gloucestershire through Shaw, striking twice since, as Root is beaten outside off stump. And Matt Taylor with a little moral victory there, 33 for 2 at the end of the over.
He was just indicating, Billy Root, that moved away from him. He's left-handed, and clear indication from his left arm of how he felt that ball had behaved.
It was no real surprise to see speculation about financial cutbacks around the counties, though, because that's natural in the event, in the wake of the terrible events that have hit the country this year. There is less income coming into this game, as in virtually any sport.
Far-reaching effects of coronavirus. Josh Shaw is starting a new over, bowling to Carlson, and there's an acrobatic take here. The radar wasn't right for that delivery. It was well down the leg side. It must have been close to being a wide, and Roderick almost cartwheeled as he took it.
Kudos to Gareth Roderick there. It would have counted against him if he'd missed it, but completely undeservedly so. It's seen precious little off-target from Gloucestershire, certainly not down the leg side.
Away goes Shaw again. into bowl to Carlson, who covers up and defends that out on the offside. So 2 deliveries gone without a run. This is Shaw's 6th over. As both the wickets to have fallen, one of them caught at second slip, the other one clean bowled. In he goes again, and this is outside the off stump, and Carlson just flips the bat over the top of it as it goes through to Gareth Roderick.
This is developing into something of a stranglehold, isn't it, by the Gloucestershire bowlers, and Morgan needs some sort of strategy to get the scoreboard ticking along, even if it's only in singles.
Yeah, just the 6 runs since lunch. 6 for 2, basically, since lunch. After they did well to get through to the break. Shaw bowls to Carlson down the leg side, and taken by Roderick. Roderick, of course, who's moving at the end of this season, has signed for Worcestershire.
So who's likely to be taking the gloves next year then?
Bracey.
Yeah.
Who's not involved so far in this competition because of being with the England squad. But unlikely, I gathered from Frank Watson when I was doing the Worcestershire game, as Shaw is in outside the off stump left lane, unlikely that Gareth Roderick will keep wicket for Worcestershire.
Ben Cox is a fine practitioner.
He is indeed, and Roderick signed as a batsman. Certainly could keep in emergency.
Come on, Shaw!
Seem to be a lot of potential keepers, don't there, around the UK county game?
It's a very useful skill to be able to add to the batting one. Shaw bowls. This is cut down to third man. I think that's going to go all the way. The outfield is slowing it up, but not enough to prevent it from going over the rope. So first boundary of the afternoon session. And well played. Offered a little bit of width. Kieran Carlson moves to 7. And the total to 37 for 2.
Second boundary of the day. Off the bat. Humphrey hit 1.
That was off the outside edge as well, wasn't
it? That's it, yeah, it was a thickish edge, wasn't it? So Humphrey faced 62 balls for his 12 and Selman 58 balls for his 11. Shows you how tough the going has been for Glamorgan. Shaw with both wickets. Matt Taylor into Root, who pushes on the offside. There's no run.
Very frustrating for the two openers as well, having negotiated their way through to the lunch interval, to be dismissed in quick succession so soon afterwards. Because there's really very little to show for their efforts this morning.
Yes, Humphrey had looked slightly more solid of the two. Just appeared to be play over one from Shaw. Fullish length ball. Matt Taylor is in to bowl. Root leaves outside off stump. No run. So Shaw now has 2 for 10 off 6 overs. And Matt Taylor is into his 8th over. He's 0 for 6. Payne,
miserly both.
Payne even more so. 5 overs for just 4 runs. Higgins 6 overs, 0 for 12. Relatively expensive at 2 runs and over. Matt Taylor bowls, driven nicely by Root, but straight to Payne at cover, no run. 37 for 2. No immediate sign of the weather closing in here in Cardiff, as we fear it might do at any point in the day.
Yeah, there are plenty of other games in this competition which are delayed or haven't started for the day as yet. I'll take you through the latest shortly.
Matt Taylor is in. Root drives into a gap at mid-off. Payne dives over the top of it, and they'll be able to come back for a second run. There is always a single there. It's well to Taylor's left. There's a bit of a gap at mid-off at the moment, but he couldn't quite get down on time, and they were able to comfortably complete the 2 runs.
Start delayed at Headingley. Yorkshire 280 for 4 against Derbyshire there. A second delay of the day. There was a delayed start at Edgbaston, where Somerset have reached 116 for 4, which is just 5 runs behind Warwickshire's 121.
Matt Taylor bowls and Root defends on the leg side, no run.
So they look set for a first innings lead there, Somerset. Delayed by rain at Hove, Sussex 155 for 6 against Essex. They are playing at Northampton, where Northants have 15 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 219. Delayed at Trent Bridge, Notts 268 for 2. That big stand yesterday between Slater and Duckett against Lancashire.
Taylor charging in towards us from the River Taff end. Bowls to Root down leg side. Root looks to leg glance, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Roderick. End of the over, Glamorgan. After 25 overs, are still going just a run and a half per over or thereabouts, and Gloucestershire now have the 2 wickets in this afternoon session. 39 for 2 after 25 overs. Glamorgan potentially 58 remain to be bowled today, though as we've been saying, we'll be surprised if we see the end.
Delayed by rain at Canterbury. Middlesex 94 for 4 against Kent. Stumps at Arundel. Early decision to call off play for the day. Surrey 130 for 8 against Hampshire. They are playing at Grace Road, where Durham are 216 for 4 against Leicestershire. And we're going to have a bowling change at the Cathedral Road end here in Cardiff. Ryan Higgins, who shared the new ball with David Payne earlier, is back on from the same end. And he will be bowling to the right-handed Kieran Carlson. In he comes. That's appeal for a caught behind down the leg side, not out, says Ian Blackwell.
Yeah, I think the bowler was joining in the appeal from behind the stumps there.
It didn't look concerted.
No. Someone appeals and everyone else thought they'd better join in.
After it brushes a pad strap or something similar.
Yeah, interesting to see that Carlson is taking, as he quite often does, a step or 2 down the wicket. And that has prompted Gareth Roderick to stand up to the stumps again, as he did briefly in the morning session.
Yes, he did that initially for Nick Selman. And the helmet is on again. Higgins then, on his way. Bowls, and this is turned away to deep square leg. David Payne in to field. And they take a comfortable single. Carlson onto 8, 40 for 2. Glamorgan, it's very much been Gloucestershire's session thus far. Just hope that the rain holds off. It's very cloudy at the moment. Very grey. We haven't seen the floodlights used as yet, but that can't be far away if it gets any darker.
Thankfully they are available to us, because there have been times when floodlights aren't available for 4-day games due to council restrictions on their use. Obviously they used quite a lot for T20 and evening games in a standard season.
Here is Higgins, and this is turned away down to deep square leg by Billy Root, and they just trot through for a single. No, there's no chance of any more. So Root progresses to 5, 41 for 2. Just the 4 bowlers used thus far by Chris Dent. He has got other options. George Scott and Ben Charlesworth in the seam department, and Graham Van Buren in the spin. Higgins in, and this is driven straight to backward point though. Nice looking stroke from Carlson, but David Payne is on station to intercept. Still keeping it pretty tight, the Gloucestershire fielders. Higgins on his way. Bowl to the right-handed Carlson, who plays and misses. It's well taken by Roderick, standing up.
That one was fairly close to the edge of the bat, judging from the reaction in the infield. If one can believe the reaction in the infield, there are a load of hams sometimes in the slips. Reacting as if a ball that hits the middle of the bat had nearly bowled the batsman, but that one might mean one of the more genuine reactions.
Away goes Higgins, past Ian Blackwell to bowl, and once again a play and a miss. So he's finding movement, Ryan Higgins. 2 in a row past the bat, and it's the end of the over. 41 for 2, Carlson 8, Root 5.
Maybe a little bit of wobble in the air being won by Ryan Higgins. If you want to contact us on Twitter, I'm Nick Webb 2017. Player Pompey tweets, any chance of Alan Butcher and Steve James making a comeback, referring to Glamorgan's opening struggles this season. Lamb 165, that's it for Stephen. If you want to contact us via Twitter with your thoughts on this game or any other cricket issue. Matt Taylor it is to continue from the River Taff end in the afternoon gloom. Bowls to Root, who gets an inside edge down to down to fine leg and scampers through for a single, as keeper Roderick has a go at the non-striker's end. And Billy Root didn't know much about that one as he chopped it down just past his leg stump, and good call from Carlson, but Root wasn't quite sure where the ball was.
Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone onto his stumps.
42 for 2 Glamorgan. Carlson 8, Root 6. But it has been a precarious affair for the Welsh side's batsman. Round the wicket again to the right-hander, and Carlson leaves outside off stump. And there's no run. Carlson at least having an uninterrupted shot at the start of this season. Past 2 or 3 years he's started the season with Glamorgan and then had to pause because of university exams. But of course this season no cricket until the 1st of August. Round the wickets, Taylor to Carlson, who again gets a thick inside edge. Ball running out towards square leg, and there's not an awful lot coming off the middle at the moment.
Yeah, this is a great over from Matt Taylor. He's very unlucky not to have made a breakthrough. Inside edge from each of these 2 batsmen.
It's been very sticky going for Glamorgan today. We're in the 27th over and they've ground on to 42 for 2. Taylor to Carlson, who edges and is caught behind and is furious with himself. Didn't get to the pitch of it. Routine catch, moving slightly to his right for Gareth Roderick. And Glamorgan are 42 for 3. Gloucestershire have their first point of the game, and Glamorgan are in trouble.
Yeah, minimal foot movement about that stroke, and whatever the conditions, he should have been nearer the pitch of the delivery. So it's a bit of a soft dismissal, really. The third wicket going. Carlson for just 8. So now Gloucestershire very much in control of things. Would have felt unfortunate to have gone through to the lunch interval without any breakthrough, having put Glamorgan into bat, but now they'll feel that decision's entirely justifiable, really, with the 3 wickets having gone since the break.
Yes, I mean, it would have been a real surprise if either side had decided to bat first. With rain around, overcast skies, and Gloucestershire have probably got the scoreboard start that they wanted now, even though it's taken them a long time to get those 3 wickets. Glamorgan certainly haven't scored with any degree of freedom at any point in this restricted game.
Yeah, I think we were pretty much agreed, weren't we, Nick, on what we'd do if the coin came down right.
I don't think it was a day which would require an awful lot of thought. So Matt Taylor has his first wicket. He's now 1 for 9.
Well deserved as well, because he had both batsmen in trouble in this over, which still isn't complete, incidentally. Been quite a long one.
Billy Root has now gone off to get something from physio, Georgina Ewer, who'd come halfway out towards the middle. And Root strides back towards the non-striker's end as captain Chris Cook takes guard. And he'll be hoping to continue his second innings form from Worcester. His scores so far this season, I shall give you after this ball. Taylor is in to Cook, who's almost chopped in half by that one. There's a token appeal, but it appeared off the thigh pad or off the stomach. So Cook's scores this season have been 0, 82, 0 and 74. Something of a pattern that Gloucestershire will hope continues. At least the first half of it.
It almost did, didn't it? That ball. What an over this is.
Matt Taylor causing all sorts of problems for Glamorgan. And Cook again is hit on the thigh as the ball bobbles down into the slips. A magnificent over from Matt Taylor. 42 for 3. Glamorgan making really heavy weather under the heavy skies. 42 for 3 after 27 overs. The scoring rate still a run and a half per over.
Yeah, and just 15 runs added since lunch, which is half an hour plus ago.
Yeah, 9 overs.
And all those wickets have come in that space of time as well. So basically the Gloucestershire bowlers since lunch have 3 for 15. And eager for more. Ryan Higgins is going to bowl round the wicket.
2 slips and a gully now
for Billy Root. Bowls outside the off stump and Root leaves.
Offside cordon fairly reinforced with 2 slips gully point cover mid-off. There is not much room to penetrate that, but you wonder whether Chris Dent might consider 3 slips in a gully given how far his bowlers are on top.
Particularly after that last over. Here is Higgins again. This is turned off his pads by Root. They'll get at least 1. There's a long chase out in the deep to get to long leg where it was headed, and they've got time to cross for a second. So Root goes to 8. 44 for 3, but that was a hurried stroke. Slight question as to exactly where that long leg fielder should be, whether he's too square or too fine. stays where he is for the moment as Higgins goes in. And that ball's defended.
When you've only got 3 players on the leg side, something's always got to give, hasn't it? There's always going to be a little bit of a gap somewhere. And it's...
yeah, he's about 15 yards in from the boundary down there.
Maybe for a miss hook shot as well.
Higgins in to bowl to Billy Root. It's outside the off stump and left well alone by the left-hander.
Yes, Higgins must feel he's on a roll at the moment on the back of an 11-wicket performance in the match last time out.
Yeah, it took 7 in the second innings. Really set up that Gloucestershire victory over Warwickshire. This is defended, pushed out to George Scott at backward point. No run. Scott's batting played an important part in that Gloucestershire victory as well. Made 44 not out in between the last session of day 3 and the first of day 4. Priceless runs. Higgins bowls down the leg side, taken by Roderick. As well as those 11 wickets, Ryan Higgins scored a half-century in that match as well. So great effort from him. End of the over. 8 for Root. Nothing yet for Chris Cook. 44 for 3.
Rod Young on Twitter points out the poor returns of the Glamorgan openers this season. I think they'll be only too well aware of that. The problem at the moment, of course, is that there is little going on in the way of second-team cricket. So there's not a real chance of players being able to push forward a claim, a positive claim, rather than just being tossed into one of those opening slots. But Matthew Maynard did say that if the batting order didn't fire, then he may consider changes after this particular game. Matt Taylor to continue this lengthy spell, and that's allowed to go past the off stump by Chris Cook. No shot played. Taylor bowled 4 overs before lunch, and he's into his 6th over after lunch, so it's a 10-over spell, albeit with a 40-minute break in the middle. There's no short or medium-term chance of any action, by the way, in the Test match, where England was 7 for 1 in reply to Pakistan's 236. Matt Taylor in to Cook, who dabs it down into the covers. No run.
Peter Probyn, who's a Gloucestershire supporter, makes an interesting point via text. Next season, if Brace is in the England bubble, I don't think we have a keeper. Maybe have to get one on loan. So that's something for Richard Dawson to consider.
One would hope that next season the bubble is not quite as firm, and that players are allowed to go in and out. Matt Taylor is in to bowl outside off stump. Cook shoulders arms.
It would be, wouldn't it? Because it's an awful waste of a player like Bracey, who could be playing in this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, we hope that the game is back to somewhere near normal next summer. Although I guess some of the hygiene measures and maybe some of the crowd restrictions could potentially be in place. But not being a public health scientist, I can't really give you accurate guesses on that. Matt Taylor bowls, and Cook on the defensive, jabs down on it, sends the ball no more than about 3 or 4 metres from the bat down towards point, and there's no run. It's been very difficult as a sports reporter to try and estimate anything accurately in the course of this year, hasn't it?
Indeed. And well, as a news reporter as well.
Indeed.
Such has been the uncertainty, and it continues. And we don't know how long it's going to continue for.
As Cook on the back foot defends relatively comfortably up to mid-off, no run.
But it's tremendous that we are seeing some cricket.
Yes,
I didn't feel hugely optimistic about that in April.
It's great to be here Thankfully, people are able to follow the game either via the BBC audio stream or the county websites with the BBC commentary. In most cases anyway, certainly in Cardiff and in Taunton. As that's down leg side, Cook pushes at it. Has that hit anything on the way through? It's gone through to the boundary ropes. It is 4 runs off the bat. So Chris Cook off the mark, getting something on that as Roderick flung himself to his left, didn't get a glove on it. 48 for 3 Glamorgan. Cook has 4, Root has 8, 2 wickets to Shaw, 1 to Matt Taylor, with Selman, Hemphrey and Carlson back in the pavilion.
Yeah, he had a long look back at the umpire, Gareth Roderick. It was a great effort to intercept that. If he had managed to do so, it would have been a brilliant catch. But too far away from him. And at least it won't go down as byes.
Yes, I couldn't from this angle see any impact on off bat, but it must have flicked off bat or pad, and umpire Evans giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt to get off the mark.
Cook at the non-striker's end watching as Higgins bowls to Root, who plays a nice looking flick off his pads down to that man at deep backward square stroke long leg. Take a comfortable single. Root goes to 9, 49 for 3. So just edging up towards that first half-century landmark, Glamorgan. But it's not been their afternoon thus far. Higgins in, and that's defensively pushed up to cover. No run. The worst of the grey has lifted for the moment. The sun is trying to come through. We've been worrying a bit about rain. Another look at the BBC weather app and see what it's saying. 94% chance of rain at 3 o'clock. Then 72% at 4. So we will be lucky if we can get through without interruption. Higgins then turns below us to bowl to the Glamorgan captain, who plays that beautifully into the covers, and is an excellent stop by Graham Van Buren. That was travelling. He hadn't got in the way of that. It was a certain boundary. Higgins might count himself a little fortunate to get away with a dot ball on that occasion. Next one is outside the off stump and Cook leaves. Goes through to Gareth Roderick. He's a busy man, Chris Cook. Captain and wicketkeeper and number 5 batsman.
Yes, would probably prefer to be batting 6 to give himself a little bit more time in games where Glamorgan would be batting second.
Higgins bowls to him, and that one keeps quite low. Starts off outside his off stump. He left it alone, and in the end it moved prodigiously after it had gone through. And Roderick took it way over to his left. So that's a sign of the movement that's available to the seamers out there at the moment. End of the over, 49 for 3. Cook is 4, Root is 5.
Mid-wicket conference for the 2 batsmen as they seek to re-establish this Glamorgan innings, which has been stuttering badly. 27 for no wickets became 42 for 3 in the space of 7 overs. Wickets falling in the 20th, 22nd and 27th overs. So it has been an absolute crawl for Glamorgan. 30 overs now on the board, and still one short of the half-century mark.
And a rest for Matt Taylor. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 13. Great spell either side of lunch. has come to an end, and the left arm is making way for another.
I'm glad you're pointing out these bowling changes, because at this distance they are pretty similar. Both left arm over, both dark-haired. As Payne bowls and squares root up completely with a fine delivery that goes through to the keeper's gloves.
It's not moving any less as this session progresses. If anything, it's moving more. It's an encouraging start for David Payne to his second spell. Held 5 in the first with the new ball.
In comes David Payne from the River Taff end, bowls to Root, who drives into the covers. Scrambling stop by Scott at point. His feet might have gone from underneath him on the softish turf there.
There's a used pitch he's fielding on. One of the practice pitches, I think.
Yep. There's been no competitive cricket played at Sophia Gardens until today. As Payne races in, bowls to Root. No shot played through to Roderick. Glamorgan did play several intra-squad games here, rather than facing other counties.
So he can consider himself a little unlucky to have slipped on a used wicket.
Yes, as there aren't that many of them. Certainly away on the grandstand side of the ground, they're all lush and green. Grandstand that, well, we all hope that they might be allowed a few people back into the ground later in the season for T20. As this one's clipped off his legs by Root, and he'll get a single down to Charlesworth at fine leg. Haven't mentioned his name very often today, and that is the Glamorgan 50 up. And if you can imagine ironic applause in the background, please do so. On the 31st over.
Yeah, he's just 19 years of age, Ben Charlesworth. He played his first game of the trophy last week, made a half-century in the first innings, made some progress in the winter with the England under-19s out in South Africa. Bright prospect.
Payne, the right-handed Cook. Field has changed round, and Cook is hit on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Up goes the finger of Jeff Evans, and Chris Cook is the fourth Glamorgan wicket to fall with a score on just 50. And David Payne joins in the fun for Gloucestershire. It was always going to be a tough ask for the side batting first, and so it has proved 50 for 4.
You felt that finger went up with a little bit of difficulty. A Welshman giving the Welsh captain out, but I'm sure that wouldn't have been the thought in Jeff Evans' mind. Just seemed to wait for a moment or two before it went up. And Chris Cook disappointedly makes his way off. Very concerted shout from behind the stumps and from the bowler. So the fourth wicket of the session has fallen, not just of the innings but of the post-lunch session, with that total on 50. He broke the duck, Nick, but not much further than that. Just that boundary.
Yes, got those 4 runs with just a touch down the leg side, and that was it as far as the Glamorgan captain was concerned. He's had 2 first innings ducks, and maybe they'll need a big second innings score from him again. The new batsman should be Tom Cullen. The batting to come: Dan Douthwaite, Graham Wagg, Kieran Bull, Marchant de Lange and Tim van der Hoogten. Not quite sure about the order of those last 3. Glamorgan resting Michael Hogan from the squad for this game, and leaving out from their 13 Seamer Lucas Carey and batsman come spinner Callum Taylor. Players omitted from the Gloucestershire squad: Miles Hammond, Jack Taylor and their spinner Tom Smith. Gloucester seamers making hay while the sun doesn't shine. Payne is in to bowl to Cullen, who pushes on the leg side, wants a quick single and will get it. Intelligent cricket at any level. Everyone loves a single to get off the mark.
Absolutely. And they run it well and sharply.
Push and run, 51 for 4 at the end of the over. Cullen 1, Root 10. 2 wickets to Josh Shaw, 1 apiece to Matt Taylor and to David Payne.
Van der Hoogten, I must practice that. I think I have seen him play here before, actually, but again a while ago.
That is the original Dutch pronunciation. Yeah. Although
G means H.
He is frequently known as Van der Gooten among some of his teammates, even having been born and raised in Australia.
Okay. Bit of a trial then. Here's Higgins starting a new over to the right-handed Cullen, who pushes defensively back down the wicket.
Glamorgan, of course, have also found pronunciation headaches for Marcus Labuschagne, stroke Labuschagne, depending on whether you go Australian or South African on that one.
I guess you think champagne and you'll get it right. Here goes Higgins outside the off stump and pushed down to backward point. There's a good stop by Scott, but he can't prevent the run. Had to make some ground to his left in order to field that. So they take a single. Cullen goes to 2, 52 for 4.
Yes, Labuschagne rhymes with champagne was the easier version that I was told. Although probably when he goes home to visit his relatives in South Africa, it would be Labuschagne. No relation, by the way, to the rugby player who played in Japan during the last World Cup, even though one reputable newspaper suggested they were brothers. They're not.
Away goes Ryan Higgins. This is outside the off-stump. Root leaves. Still 2 slips and a gully in. As Gloucestershire strive for their 5th breakthrough of this session.
Don't be greedy. You've had 4 wickets in an hour.
Bit of a famine before lunch, though. Higgins on his way. And that's pushed up to mid-off. Taylor, the fielder.
They are due to restart at 3:05 between Warwickshire and Somerset in this group, where Somerset are 116 for 4, just 5 runs behind Warwickshire's disappointing first innings total. Tom Abel's 29 not outs.
This one from Higgins, again outside the off stump, again left alone.
3 wickets for the man we were talking about earlier, Oliver Hallen Dolby.
To add to the 12 he took at Bristol last week in a losing cause.
Yes, he is all arms and legs, but obviously effective.
Higgins bowls, and that's pushed out into the covers, fielded by Graham Van Buren. Yeah, he's actually ascended to being a Warwickshire new ball bowler. He didn't play that much 4-day cricket when he first joined them from Yorkshire, I was hearing last week from Clive Eakin, but has gradually forced his way up the pecking order and was plainly the go-to seam bowler in last week's game. So he's made some big strides, figuratively as well as literally. He's a tall man.
Yes, plenty of him. Northants against Worcestershire at Northampton, which is where Glamorgan are due to head next weekend. As Payne starts a new over, bowls to Cullen, who drives off the bottom of the bat back to the bowler, and there's no run. Northants are 40 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 219 all out. So obviously due to head to, because there have been one or two health issues in the Northampton area. Let's hope those don't worsen and prevent the game being staged there. 52 for 4. Payne in, bowls, and Cullen defends it out to cover, and there's no run. So play should be underway shortly when they resume at Edgbaston in all 3 games in this central group. Just 1 game ongoing elsewhere. Durham 224 for 4 against Leicestershire. They're off for bad light at Grace Road.
Nothing wrong with the light here at the moment.
No, it's one of the slightly brighter periods of the day. There's Payne bowls and Cullen shoulders arms through outside off stump. Plenty of gulls in the hood at the moment. May be able to hear on our effects microphone, together with the cries from the middle.
Yeah, there are plenty of gulls up in the air at the moment. Young ones, older ones.
Payne runs towards us. Bowls to Tom Cullen. A very short delivery that Cullen probably couldn't have reached even if he'd wanted to. It was outside off stump as well.
An innocuous bouncer.
Yes, Cullen couldn't do it. Probably an uppercut would have been the only potential shot there if he'd been able to reach it. The Aussie-born keeper batsman not keeping in this match.
He's not as tall as the man who patented it, Tony Gregg, back in 74-75, that rather desperate tour of Australia when Lillian Thompson ran amok.
Payne bowls another short delivery that it's a better one, but Cullen ducks underneath it fairly comfortably.
But Gregg did find a way of, partly because he was 6'7", find a way of cutting the ball over the slips.
Attritional batting by Glamorgan here to try and dig their way slowly out of the hole. But they did lose 4 wickets for 23 runs in the spell after lunch. Only added a couple more since. As Payne bowls up in the block hole. Good ball and well played by Cullen, who clips it out towards mid-wicket, but there is a man coming in from the ropes. They've just gone through for the single. It's the last ball of David Payne's over, and Glamorgan move on. Slowly as always to 53 for 4, and David Payne's now bowled 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7.
It was Ryan Higgins who fielded that, and he's plainly done so in the expectation of continuing to bowl from the Cathedral Road end as a large helicopter makes a pass over Sophia Gardens, flying particularly fast, perhaps enjoying a view of the cricket as Higgins is in, and that's pushed gently up to mid-off, won't be a run. It's heading in our direction at the moment, this helicopter.
Thankfully a couple of 1,000 feet above us.
They've got a great view up there at the moment.
It might be a military one rather than a rescue one, that I think.
Certainly attracted the attention of the bowler as well, who's waiting for it to pass over.
We occasionally get the odd medical emergency because there's a helicopter landing spot on the roof of the hospital nearby.
Higgins in, this is driven, and it's going to be runs, potentially 4 of them, down to third man. Tom Lace is in pursuit, and he does well to put it in. Just a couple of yards inside the rope, they take 2. It's the second good chase we've seen from Tom Lace, the newly signed Gloucestershire batsman, moved from Middlesex last week. As the helicopter continues to hover around the place. We can't see it at the moment.
Yes, I mean, occasionally you get it landing in the playing fields away to our left, Buckhannon Fields, in the event of emergencies in the area.
Higgins bowls, that's driven into the covers. Won't be around Van Buren, who's the fielder. So it doesn't land on the outfield. And
no, there's plenty of fields there where professional cricket is not being played. The cricket pitches there of the decidedly more amateur. Oh, it's landing over in Blackweir somewhere. Yes, it looks as though it's landing in the Blackweir area.
It's definitely descending outside the off stump and left alone. Through it goes to Roderick. The ball, that is, not the helicopter.
So we've got the University Hospital of Wales nearby with the helipad landing area for medical emergencies. We've also got RAF St Athan base a few miles away, down towards Barry.
The over continues with Higgins bowling to Root, who defends.
Yes, Root scored a pretty stubborn century at Worcester, with Glamorgan in something of a plight. Had a good stand with Kieran Carlson.
Higgins to Root, who plays and misses at that. And it goes through to Roderick, so moral victory for the bowler to end his 11th over. Root stays on 10, Cullen is 6. Glamorgan, who've found it a real struggle thus far after being put into bat, 55 for 4.
Well, it is a side low on confidence with the bat, you would have thought. And conditions generally have been bowler friendly. Even the ball maybe hasn't swung quite as much as I expected early on. It's been pretty accurate bowling from the 4-man Gloucestershire seam attack so far. David Payne to continue from the River Taff end, and Cullen blocks it back to the bowler. No run. Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to come fairly shortly. And not a great tale from the Welsh point of view. Payne into Cullen, allows that to go through outside off stump. Cullen played half the championship last season as a deputy to Chris Cook, when Cook was injured against Gloucestershire at Newport, but also played a couple of matches as batsman in his own right. Cook behind the stumps equalled the Glamorgan record of 9 dismissals in a match for a keeper in the last match at Worcester, jointly held now with Mark Wallace and Colin Metson. Payne into Cullen, who glances this one down to fine leg. I think he got bat on it. The fielder can't get anything on it, and it's gone through for 4. Cullen moves into Glamorgan struggling at 60 for 4. They were 27 without loss after a torrid morning session, but have lost since then. Selman and Hemphrey for 11 and 12. Kieran Carlson for 8 and captain Chris Cook for 4. 2 wickets to Josh Shaw, 1 apiece to Matt Taylor and David Payne. The Seamers continuing to dominate in friendly conditions, very overcast weather, and it was going to be a no-brainer for whoever won the toss to bowl first. Gloucestershire have made the most of it now. They've reduced Glamorgan to 60 for 4. As Payne bowls to Cullen, who drives out into the offside. Fielded by Van Buren at cover. No run.
You mentioned Mark Wallace and Colin Metson, two distinguished Glamorgan keepers. I noticed downstairs there are several plaques up to former players, and the man who correct me if I'm wrong on this, who's taken more dismissals than anyone behind the stumps is Ivan Jones. His name's up there.
Outside off stump, allowed to go through by Cullen. Quite a wide ball from Payne. Yes, Avian Jones, who played in the 60s and 70s, brother of Alan Jones, former Glamorgan captain, coach, president, and everything else. And
those two Joneses, they're in the team, Glamorgan team I was brought up with, as it were.
Absolutely. 69 championship side, both played in every match. Payne is in, bowls, and it's clipped away by Cullen down towards fine leg for a single. 61 for 4.
I was very sorry to hear of the passing of Peter Walker not that long ago, because he was involved in that side as well, wasn't he?
Correct, yes.
Brilliant short leg fielder.
Yes, excellent all-rounder in all senses of the world. Contributed with bat, ball, and as a close fielder.
And later with the microphone.
Indeed. Excellent broadcaster. And very nice guy to work with. Interviewed him on a number of occasions, and he was an absolute dream of an interviewee as well.
Yes, I concur with that. I interviewed him about short leg fielding on one occasion when I had the opportunity, and he couldn't have been more friendly or informative. Ryan Higgins continues his spell from the Cathedral Road end. This is driven out to mid-wicket. Won't be a run for that.
Yes, Walker was the linchpin of that side, usually batting 6 with Alan Jones, 2 Davises, Brian the West Indian and Roger the Welshman, Majid Jahangir Khan, Tony Lewis, Peter Walker.
Higgins in. Right arm over the wicket, that's outside the off stump and left alone.
Avian Jones, Tony Caudle, Malcolm Nash, Don Shepherd, Lawrence Williams. Names roll off the tongue.
Big names.
Even 50 years later.
Higgins is in, and this is defended. Scott in action at backward point. One of the first cricket books I bought was, I think I've still got it, called Cricket Conversations, and it was a group of I don't know, a dozen or so of the top players of the time in conversation with Peter Walker. And it was a fascinating read. Ryan Higgins running away from us. Bowls, and this is pushed out to backward point. Scott in action again. No run. George Scott must be wondering whether he'll turn an arm over before long. He's one of Chris Dent's options. Haven't seen him yet. Haven't seen Ben Charlesworth yet. Just the 4 bowlers used.
Yeah, so it's a relatively short morning session, wasn't it? So
Indeed.
They kept going again after lunch.
And they've done very well, all 4 of them. Been economical. Higgins bowls, and oohs and ahs as that is left alone by Cullen.
Yeah, came back probably a little closer to the stumps than he might have liked that one.
So 24 runs added, no, 34 since lunch. 4 wickets have fallen. None of them to Higgins as yet, as he bowls down the leg side to Cullen.
And Cullen has scored all the runs since he came to the wicket, so Root, I suppose, has faced relatively little in the last few overs. You're listening to Stephen Lamb and myself, Nick Webb, on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website as the players head off for the by now familiar sanitisation break. A little scrub of the hands and able to take in drinks, but strictly these days from your own drinks bottle. Can't share your mates and all that.
Yeah, and just looking around at the stands here, they're all empty, or pretty well empty. The grandstand over to our right, and Blue is the colour for seats here on the whole at Sophia Gardens. Some have weathered a bit more than others. I'm not sure what the name of that stand. Is it the Alto?
It's Alto Digital, yes. It's one of the club's communication partners. It's generally used as a family stand in the T20 matches.
That's got a slightly paler shade of blue.
Yes, I wonder if that's
maybe
because
part of the
it
light
captures the sun for a greater percentage of the day, possibly. And the days when we have sun, which do not include today.
Yeah, its appearances have been brief, and there's no sign of it at the moment at all. But at least it's not raining. It hasn't rained so far since we got underway.
Even though it was thought 90-odd% likely to be raining at this time. It's just missed us somewhere or other. It's been a constant left arm attack from the River Taff end, and that continues with Payne bowling to Root, the left-hand batsman, who allows that to go through. Root, the only left-arm batsman in this Glamorgan lineup. Graham Wagg, the only left-arm bowler.
Yes, we're being very lucky. Just looking at the old weather app again, 94% chance at the moment, then 72 in an hour's time. So we are lucky.
I think Glamorgan would welcome a bit of precipitation across the nation as Payne bowls to Root, who pushes defensively on the offside. No run. Root said after that innings at Worcester that yes, he preferred to be in rather more attacking mode, but happy to grind it out when he needed to be.
And this is one such occasion, isn't it, really?
Yes, although at some point Glamorgan are going to have to try and take something of an initiative to get the scoreboard ticking along. As Payne is in to bowl down leg side. Root's missed out there really because it was a poor delivery. Roderick did well to take it, and with just the fielder down at fine leg, that was something of an invitation to Root, but he couldn't make contact. 2 wickets for Josh Shaw, 1 apiece to Matt Taylor and to David Payne. And Glamorgan with no batsman yet to get past 12. Charlie Humphreys is the top scorer as things stand. Payne bowls and Root is hit on the pad pushing forward. Or maybe somewhere slightly more painful than the pad from his reaction as he goes down on his haunches and takes a breather. Looks to the skies.
Needs a moment.
He does need a moment to catch his breath and make sure that everything is still intact. Actually, that must have been a nasty one because he's still leaning on his bat. And now down on the haunches again. So Billy Root will have to regain his concentration quickly as he moves somewhat gingerly back towards the wickets. Still isn't taking guard. A couple of stretches. Now he settles into his batting stance, Billy Root. Payne past umpire Evans. Bowls and Root plays and misses at that one. No real surprise after taking a blow centrally off the previous ball. Avian Jones, 1,233 victims behind the stumps.
That's not bad, is it? Long career he had.
In comes the next delivery from Payne, down leg side. Root cannot get bat on it. Through to Roderick. 61 for 4 Glamorgan. The end of 37 overs. Rod Young saying that Glamorgan were averaging about 21 runs per wicket this season. Not only thanks to the first innings effort at Worcester, where they got up to the 370s.
Play underway at Edgbaston. Somerset have taken a first innings lead for the loss of 4 wickets. Lead of just 1 run. No play at the moment at Leeds or Hove.
You're allowed to mention Somerset on the Gloucestershire commentary.
Can be controversial.
You might have your Gloucestershire listeners throwing things at their computers saying, don't know hear about that lot. But we give all the scores.
They are playing at Northampton. Northants 53 for 3 in reply to Worcestershire's 219. Start delayed at Trent Bridge and at Canterbury. Off for the day at Arundel. Tea at Grace Road, Durham 224 for 4. And George Scott is on at the Cathedral Road end. That's his first ball of the match, which is defended by Tom Cullen. So Scott coming on in the 38th over, and he is the 5th bowler used.
I live in hope of doing a 4-day game at Arundel sometime.
Lovely ground.
Done one first team T20 game there, which saw spectacular centuries by Luke Wright and Colin Ingram, with Glamorgan just coming out on top.
Scott in, right arm over the wicket at the moment, and Colin is forward defending.
Also last season I saw Glamorgan win the second 11 T20 trophy at Arundel, which was a very pleasant day on the south coast. It fell conveniently between the two Glamorgan first 11 fixtures in the southeast of England.
In goes Scott, and Cullen once again defends. This time plays it out to backward point.
And on that occasion we saw both first team T20 games rained off, but a beautiful day at Arundel for the second 11 between those two matches. So it's a bit of an up and down little trip, that one, but at least I had something to report, even if it wasn't the first team ball being bowled. Cullen was part of that second 11 squad.
It's one of the great outgrounds, Arundel. Scott is in. There's going to be a run off him here. It's tickled down to long leg. They'll get 2, in fact. Bit of a chase down there. Pulled in just inside the rope. Surrounded by trees, and you've got a bit of a view of the South Downs as well from parts of that ground.
Come to think of it, Billy Root was in that second 11 as well, because he was struggling for form in the first team of it, but played a valuable knock in the final.
Away goes George Scott. Bowls, and Colin comes forward, just pushes it back to him.
So Root still yet to score since the dismissal of Chris Cook in the 31st over, but has had relatively little of the strike.
Scott then. Medium pace in outside the off stump. Cullen leaves. Tidy first over for George Scott, and at the end of it, it's 63 for 4. Cullen on 13. Root is 10. George Scott, having made his Gloucestershire debut last week, is now in his second match for them. One of the signings from Middlesex that they seem to be making a habit of at the moment.
Yes, it's funny how you get those relationships developing, isn't it? 63 for 4. Payne in. Balls, thick edge from Root, wide of third, slip down towards third man. They go through for a single, and that will be all. There's a period when Glamorgan seemed to be taking a lone seam bowler every year for a short period from Middlesex, who the better off clubs can afford to carry a relatively big squad, although Glamorgan's is relatively big at the moment.
Yeah, there's a similar path from Yorkshire to Warwickshire. We were talking about Oliver Hannon-Dalby earlier. He's one of them. Tim Bresnan, of course, playing his first season with Warwickshire this year. Will Rhodes.
There's the next delivery from Payne. Sees Cullen mistiming a drive. Ball just running to mid-on. No run. 64 for 4.
I was sorry to hear about the premature retirement of Craig Mesheder.
Yes.
In the winter.
Yes, it's a very unfortunate experience for Mesheder, who was having problems with the bicep shoulder injury and a condition that could not be overcome. Payne in, bowls outside off stump. Cullen plays no shot.
So yeah, it was a premature retirement really, wasn't it, at 29?
Oh, definitely, yes. He would have been in the mix for Glamorgan this season.
Started his career with Somerset, where I got to know him a little bit, then came here on loan initially.
Yes, hit the headlines with a very good first season. Has had one or two injury issues since that prevented him from really kicking on. As Cullen plays a solid forward defensive up to mid-off. And no run, very hard hitter. Had a brief spell opening the batting last season in the white ball stuff. But occasion deceptive fast medium bowler. Really hit the headlines early in his stay here. I think it might have been his first home game with Kevin Peterson was in the news for one reason or another, as he so often was. 64 for 4. Payne in, bowls, Cullen off inside edge and pad, pushes tentatively forward. Ball just runs out on the offside. It was one of those days, rare days, where the national written media descended on a county match. Don't see too many of them by and large, and Kevin Peterson was dismissed by Craig Mesheder, who also hit a century in that match, so got quite a bit of coverage for it.
We were talking about Peter Walker earlier. Delighted to have got a tweet from Stephen Hedges saying Peter was a fabulous broadcaster.
Cullen down leg side, appeal for a catch behind. No.
I thought I heard something then. Maybe a bit of pad. Who knows? Peter was a fabulous broadcaster and a lovely interviewee for my book. Amongst his many talents was playing the clarinet. Could be seen playing in Cardiff City Centre to raise funds for Alts Association. And there's a picture that he's tweeted of that book I was talking about, of Peter Walker interviewing Barry Richards in his Hampshire kit. What a player he was.
South African opening batsman. Welsh Notcher points out, thank you for that, saves me from looking back over my records, that 4 players in this match played in the second 11 T20 final, which is Selman, Hemphrey, Cullen and Root, so most of the Glamorgan top order were involved.
In goes George Scott to start a new over. First ball is pushed gently out into the covers.
Liam on Twitter says, do you know what Glamorgan players are out of contract at the end of this season currently? Well, quite a lot of them is the answer, is the brief answer to that. Players including the long-standing, long-serving Graham Wagg and Michael Hogan.
As Scott heads in, bowls and outside the off stump and defended.
As far as I know, Tim, it is about 10 players, 10 or 11 players of the first team squads who are out of contract, because obviously Glamorgan have a fairly large first team squad at the moment, and players' contracts in many cases only last a couple of years, so you are going to get quite a few out of contract every year.
Next delivery from Scott is driven into the covers again, this time slightly straighter, fielded by Matt Taylor, no run.
But obviously over the course of a 2-month season, there are fewer players going to get a chance to prove themselves than over the chance of a 6-month season, especially with little if any second 11 cricket. So I think this is going to be there are going to be a few unlucky job losses around the circuit as a whole, I suspect, this year.
Away goes George Scott. This time it's on Midland leg and just pushed out to mid-wicket, fielded by Charlesworth.
Not referring to Glamorgan specifically, but just the fact of a shortened season, and the fact that most counties are likely to have to pull the belt in somewhere or other financially next year. Mark Wallace was hopeful that they'd be made on cricketing rather than financial decisions, but we'll see.
This one from Scott is a full length, almost Yorker length, and defended. Taylor in action at mid-off again. Just the one Taylor playing for Gloucestershire in this game, the younger of the two brothers. Jack Taylor making way for the new signing Tom Lace.
No doubt we'll see him in the white ball shirts of Gloucestershire.
Sure we will. Scott bowls, and this is pulled. It's in the air for a while, but perfectly safe, and it's going to go all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. Well played stroke by Billy Root, takes him to 15 and ends the over nicely from Glamorgan's point of view. 69 for 4.
Just dropped a fraction short there by Scott, and did sit up slightly for the Root pull shot to take him back past Tom Cullen and on to 15, which I'm sorry from the Welsh point of view to report is Glamorgan's leading score so far.
Yes, they've both gone past Charlie Hemphrey, these two, 13 and 15.
Afternoon to Andy Easom, frustrated Notts fan tuning in. It's brightening a tad in the East Midlands. He says, have you seen that Indian Test batsman Chetan Chauhan has passed away, taken by the dreaded virus? Sorry to hear that.
It's a full start for David Payne. Didn't think that Cullen was quite ready.
It's been non-stop left arm from the River Taff end. It's Payne into Cullen, who's behind that defensively, pushing on the leg side. No run. 68 for 4. Tea is at 4 o'clock, unless there are weather interruptions. Thankfully, so far not. If you want to contact us, Lamb165 for Stephen, Nick Webb 2017 for me. As Payne bowls and Cullen pushing forward, back to the bowler, no run. Any significance to the 165 that you're able to disclose on the airwaves?
I think I disclosed it earlier, and I'll give you a clue.
Your highest score?
No, sadly not. I gave you a clue when Kieran Carlson came into bat.
That was a long time ago. As Payne bowls and Cullen off a thick edge gets one past, slipped down towards third man. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary. They've run 2. Lace is in pursuit, and Billy Root declines to come back for a 3rd run.
And Lace's left knee is now decidedly muddy. Or his left trouser leg, I should say.
Wow.
I share a birthday with him.
Oh, yes, of course.
And yeah, that's the 16.5.
16.5.
Nothing to do with my highest score, which is 41. Did include 2 sixes.
Oof.
That knock.
Good heavens, I'm impressed. 70 for 4. As Payne is in, bowls, and Cullen plays it down towards backward square for a single, to a few howls from the bowler, but it was a safe enough shot. 71 for 4.
There's a bit of a recovery that these two are initiating. They put on 21 for the 5th wicket, which may not seem a lot, but in the context of the situation when they came in.
Yeah, it was 50 for 4. So Glamorgan trying to battle back against a pretty accurate Gloucestershire seam attack. Not wasted many deliveries. And Payne's next delivery finds Root pushing forward back to the bowler. No run. I've never hit 2 sixes in the same innings in my career. So you went up on me there.
Well, mine were off 3 deliveries.
Wow. Going bonkers.
They were both pretty poor. And the first gave me the confidence to hit the second even further.
Fair enough. 71 for 4 here. No sixes to report from Sophia Gardens. Precious few boundaries. Payne into Root. No shot played outside the off stump. So it has been very, very slow going here in Cardiff. So Glamorgan put into bat in cloudy conditions, have lost Selman for 11, Hemphrey for 12, Carlson for 8 and Cook for 4. 2 wickets to Josh Shaw, 1 to Matt Taylor, 1 to David Payne. And Chris Dent will be extremely glad that he called correctly when the teams eventually tossed at 11:30 on day 2. Only 24 hours and 30. Well, it's 25 hours, wouldn't it? Because they'd have tossed at 10:30 accord usually.
New over from George Scott, first ball of which is on off stump and defended out on the offside.
So we've had 5 batsmen who've hit 1 boundary each today.
Yeah, they've been a rarity, haven't they?
And a few of those were off thick edges as well. 1 down the leg side. I'm not sure if we've seen a boundary in front. Oh yes, we saw the Root pull for 4, didn't we?
Scott bowls, and that's off the inside edge, played to mid-wicket. Won't be a run for that. You feel really, with the forecast as it is for the rest of this game, that you'd rather be a bowler than a batsman.
Oh, definitely. We've been relatively fortunate so far today. The rain, which affected Cardiff around breakfast time, has stayed away since.
Here's Scott in. This is driven by Cullen, but not quite timed. Pushes it up to Ben Charlesworth at mid-off.
Well, we may yet get through to the close, but with a lot of overs to be bowled. 42.
Yeah, there's a hefty grey cloud overhead at the moment, actually. I think if we get away with that one, then maybe we will go all the way through. As Scott bowls again outside or on-off stump. Pushed out to mid-wicket this time. No run.
May just be by this stage that the Glamorgan batsmen are happy to be out there, because without wishing to issue the dreaded curse to the commentator, at least they've got themselves in to a certain extent.
Here's George Scott again. Outside edge and caught. That is the 5th wicket. He was sparring at it, was Tom Cullen on 16, and George Scott, who is only in his 3rd over, has struck for the first time. The 5th wicket gone, and Glamorgan are 71 for 5.
Well, Cullen appeared to have done the hard work there. He'd grafted away, seemed to be defending reasonably comfortably, but didn't quite get to the pitch of that one, and a little edge through brought a reasonably simple chance for keeper Roderick to take his second catch of the match. And Gloucestershire fans, you owe me that one. That was the curse of the commentator.
Yeah, it's a regulation chance that time really for Gareth Roderick. He's taken some blinders this summer already, but that wouldn't class as being amongst them, but comfortably taken, safely taken. And so that mini revival has been stopped in its tracks. 21 added. I think it was at the point where they'd added 21 that I was saying that they'd got the beginnings of a recovery. So we may both have cursed poor Tom Cullen.
43 deliveries. Well, I did think that he was playing and missing a little bit less often than some of his colleagues earlier in the innings, and seemed to be having a reasonably solid defensive performance. Now, talking about pressure on the openers, pressure also on Dan Douthwaite, who's got 4 single-figure scores, including a pair at Worcester this season. 5 wickets with the ball, so he has contributed a little. And it was he who got a second innings duck and stung by a wasp on the final day on Tuesday. Burly young man. Want to field bat on ball as soon as possible.
Here goes Scott then with a wicket under his belt. Bowls and full length delivery. Is pushed up to mid-on where it's fielded by Matt Taylor. So the end of a successful third over for George Scott. 71 for 5. And Root has 15 of them.
And it has been pretty much a nightmare afternoon session for Glamorgan, who managed to battle through the first session. 27 for naught off 18 overs, but since then Gloucestershire claiming wickets in the 20th, 22nd, 27th, 31st, and after a brief hiatus, the 42nd over of the innings. Root 15, Douthwaite 0, Graham Wagg yet to come. And then the bowlers, all of whom can bat a bit, but Gloucestershire would be confident of dismissing Glamorgan pretty cheaply, having won the vital toss here this morning. As we are to see a right arm for the first time from the River Taff end. Josh Shaw is in to bowl, and Root plays to backward point, where it's fielded by a tumbling Scott.
Yes, it's been Dent, Taylor, Dent, hasn't it, from that end so far? Josh Shaw has taken his 2 wickets from the other end.
So the right arm of Shaw to carry on the attack from the left arm of Payne and Taylor. 71 for 5. Still the 3 slips as they have been virtually all day. As Root drives nicely, and it's half stopped at mid-off, and they'll go through for a single, but Payne there doing well, particularly for a bowler to get down and save 2 or 3 runs. Pleasant shot from Root for a single. 16 to Root, 72 for 5 Glamorgan, as Dan Douthwaite takes guard for the first time at this end. Number 88, red numbers for Glamorgan, in contrast to all the other counties. As Shaw races in, bowls to Douthwaite, who drives up to mid-on. There's no run.
Rather a nice contrast. Presumably Dragonian.
Absolutely. I was suggesting to the Worcestershire audience last week that they might adopt green numbers, since most of their branding is green, in line with Pakistan. 72 for 5. In the distance, Josh Shaw runs in from the River Taff end. Douthwaite leaves outside off stump, came in a little bit, but the howl from behind the stumps was slightly exaggerated dramatically.
We've actually got a man up on the gantry at the River Taff end.
Yep, on the cameras.
Yeah, it's his camera, and next door to him is the club camera, isn't it, that films.
For the analyst. Next delivery sees Douthwaite driving up to mid-off. I suppose they're both club cameras in a way, because
well, yes.
it is the club that is paying for the enhanced streaming of Glamorgan home games this season, and that due to the fact that most of the members chose not to ask for their money back, so there's a little bit of extra money to pay for this service to them. 72-5. Shaw to Douthwaite, drives the thickish edge out towards point. It was the general arc where he was looking to hit, maybe through the covers. And point fielder Higgins pointing down at the ground to a teammate, suggesting maybe that he might have slipped on the lush green square there.
Yeah, there are one or two skid marks out there on the edge of the square.
Difficult, I suppose, for the ground staff to avoid getting any water off on the ground when they're shoveling it off the covers and trying to get it down the drains.
New over for George Scott in to bowl to the left-handed route, who leaves the first one alone. Yeah, it was rather a scant reward for an elegant-looking stroke from Douthwaite.
Yes, he's just taken an imaginary guard now at the non-striker's end and runs through an extra defensive shot. Tends to get quite a long way across his stump stand, Douthwaite, when defending.
Away goes Scott, and this is squeezed out to backward point. They take a comfortable single. This is pulled in by Taylor. 73 for 5. Root goes to 17.
Something of a wide half volley that, but I think you see the situation that Glamorgan are in. Rather than throwing the bat at it and trying to smack it away for 4, he rather steered it away for a single.
Highest individual score of the innings. Billy Root's 17.
It's not great, is it?
And now it's the right-handed Douthwaite facing Scott, and gets that off the outside edge down to gully.
Steve West says he suspects 150 may be a decent score today. Expects Graham Wake to be bowling before the close. Classic commentators. Curse says, play up Pompey. All right, you don't have to rub it in. Tom Cullen was talked out by your commentary team.
Yeah. Commentators curse squared. Here's Scott on off stump, and this is driven out to deep extra cover. They've got a couple for this. Fielded by Charlesworth after a chase.
Yeah, Higgins looks in discomfort there as he went slightly over the top of that and obviously jarred something on the way down.
Yeah, a finger maybe, or an elbow possibly. Let's hope it's not too serious. He's obviously in discomfort.
I think he's clutching his elbow.
He was the first line of defence, Higgins, and he couldn't. He was on the edge of the square on the practice wickets, and that may have affected the trajectory of the ball. As Scott is in, and this is left outside the off stump. I think he's okay. He's wringing his right hand at the moment, but he's just moving it a little bit more freely, I think. Could be one of those immediate bursts of pain that soon dissipates. Let's hope so. Scott is away. Bowling, and the ball is away too, heading for the long off boundary and crossing it now. Elegant stroke, possibly the shot of the day so far from Douthwaite.
That's probably the straightest boundary we've seen, I think, isn't it? In the sort of wide mid-off arc. Most of them have been behind the bat. We saw one nice pull shot from Billy Root through mid-wicket, but that up towards the indoor cricket school, the nets area of the ground, away to our left, and Douthwaite timing it nicely. 79 for 5 here from your BBC commentary team, as Stephen Lamb and myself, Nick Webb, via the BBC website and app, and also via the Glamorgan Club website. Wherever you're listening, wherever you're watching, welcome along. It's been a day more to enjoy for the Gloucestershire faithful. 79 for 5 as Shaw in to bowl to Root, or not, as the case may be. As I think it was Shaw lost his rhythm there rather than the batsman pulling away, because he doesn't deliver.
Yeah, there was no sign of Root losing concentration there at all.
Still 39 overs to come. We will fit in probably 4 before tea, so 35 in the final session from 420, as that one is allowed to go through by Root. No shot played. So you would have thought, if the weather holds, if the rain stays away, we'll be looking to finish around about 6:30 tonight. Gloucestershire will be very happy if the run rate continues at its present level. The Glamorgan supporters slightly less so. Shaw bustling in, bowls down leg side. Half-hearted appeal from Dent at first slip.
Yes. the bowler looked round to umpire Evans as though he was going through the motions. I suppose I should be asking you. But we both know the answer.
Broad-shouldered fast bowler Josh Shaw, having initially spent time at Gloucestershire on loan in 2016. Now signed from Yorkshire. 79 for 5. Shaw with 2 wickets in his morning spell from the Cathedral Road end, now bowling from the River Taff end to Billy Root, who's forward, pushing up to mid-off. And there's no runs. Gulls swoop and circle in about our eye line. We're up on what's roughly the 3rd floor of an average building. There is a big gap underneath us. We're top of the terrace, on top of the seating bank at the Cathedral Road end. Short right arm over to the left-handed Root, who's driving up to mid-on, and there is no run. Excellent bowling display generally by the visitors, and I think Chris Dent will be glad of the consistency that this pace attack has provided for him.
Yes, he's all of them have been difficult to get away. Wickets shared between 4 of them.
As Shaw's in, bowls, and Root lets that one go through outside off stump.
Shaw is the only one with more than 1 at the moment. David Payne's got 1. Matt Taylor's got 1, and George Scott has got 1.
Long delay in the Test match at Southampton. Shaw is in, bowls, and Root drives to mid-on again. A dot ball. England 7 for 1. In reply to Pakistan's 2-3-6 all out. And maybe it's a mercy for England followers that there haven't been spectators permitted at the Ageas Bowl, because they'd have been extremely frustrated over the last 4 days with barely a day's action between the four.
Yeah, the combination of rain and bad light has just been abysmal, really. It's likely to have ruined the match.
Some pundits observing that it's a shame the bad light regulations were applied quite so strictly, given the amount of effort that had been put into getting the game on in the first place.
New over from George Scott, who bowls on middle and off, and just pushed defensively up to mid-off by Dan Douthwaite.
In the other games in this group, Somerset building something of an advantage over Warwickshire at 163 for 5. That's already 42 runs in the lead.
Here goes Scott again from the Cathedral Road end, and this is defended once more, back to him.
And the other game in this central group is at Northampton, where the home side are 82 for 4, finding it tough going against the Worcestershire team, as Worcestershire managed 219 all out as the helicopter takes off from the Blackweir area of Cardiff. That could be a medical one, I think.
It's flying quite close. As Scott goes in again, this is driven and very well fielded. Helicopter hasn't upset Josh Shaw's concentration. He was at mid-off and got across very smartly to field that and save potentially 4 runs. They couldn't even take a single. Helicopter fades into the distance.
A lot of games being adversely affected by the weather. Only other one in progress is in Kent.
This one from Scott is driven again, and once again it's well fielded. This time it's Matt Taylor running across from mid-on, who does a sprawling stop.
At Canterbury, Middlesex had 94 for 4 against Kent.
The helicopter departed in rather shorter order than it arrived. Quite a kerfuffle when it got here, but swiftly gone, as this is outside the off stump and left alone. Route 17, Douthwaite 6.
Ooh, keeper Gareth Roderick picking up the bails. Naughty boy. Not meant to do that. Even to be helpful this season. Umpire is meant to be the sole custodian of the bails.
I guess there's a time when it slips the mind.
Well, it's natural, isn't it, if the keeper just whips them bails off in case. The ball is rolled to umpire Blackwell for an inspection. Umpire Blackwell, I think, is minded to agree with the fielding side's thoughts, because he is...
He's calling for the box.
Asking for a box of balls.
Which duly appears.
Can I have a 45 overs old ball, please?
Or thereabouts.
It's a middle-aged ball, a bit of a tired ball. 45 overs is actually mathematically correct as well, because of the 90 overs before the new ball this season.
Halfway through.
And then it's 100, not that this is likely to apply to this Glamorgan innings, but 110 overs in which bowling points and batting points can be gathered. And then 120 is your lot. And Worcestershire have managed to bat the lot in 2 of their first 3 games.
Ian Blackwell lobs the ball to the fielder. It's a left-handed lob, predictably. Used to bowl slow left arm. Blackie. Mainly for Somerset. Also for Warwickshire latterly.
Yeah, I was trying to think who else he played for.
I think he played for Derbyshire as well. Be able to confirm that at some stage. As Scott is in. Driven but not timed by Douthwaite. No run.
Derbyshire, Somerset, Durham and Warwickshire on loan. Your memory is correct.
Yeah, Derbyshire before Somerset. Somerset was the main club.
Yep.
That was when he played his handful of games for England. End of the over, 79 for 5. Douthwaite 6, Root 17.
Born in Chesterfield, where sadly, of course, they won't play first-class cricket this season, even though Derby itself is being used for various international projects, the women's matches and the men's training venue. So poor old Derbyshire playing everything away from home. Presumably Chesterfield couldn't be enough of a bubble, being as it's in a park, the ground. It couldn't be cut off from spectators. Josh Shaw starting a new over, bowls to Billy Root, who's on the back foot defending, back to the bowler.
Nothing at Cheltenham.
No, quite.
Either, which is one of the lovely festival grounds.
It is a lovely ground, but Glamorgan never seemed to do very well there.
Played a big part in Gloucestershire's promotion last season.
Since the days of Mike Powell's 299 there for Glamorgan. Shaw into Root, who chops down late on that one. Just the ball just trickling back down the pitch towards mid-off. Yeah, so is it 2 championship games and 2 T20 games they stage there most years?
Generally.
And the T20 games are rare occurrences, midweek afternoons, aren't they? Well, by and large.
No floodlights, of course.
Still seem to be pretty full, even if it is a midweek afternoon. As Root drives nicely out onto the offside, calls for a quick single. Payne will shy at the wickets. Umpire Evans goes flying, ends up on his backside in his efforts to evade the ball. I think he was successful, as Payne had a shy at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he's safely vertical again. And none the worse for it, hopefully.
The 66-year-old West Walian, who is in his last 6 weeks or so as a professional umpire, and we wish him the best.
Rather sad for him, really, that the season should be so abbreviated,
yes,
given it's his last.
Yes, Jeremy Lloyds is in the same position, I believe. 80 for 5, Glamorgan. Shaw to Douthwaite, appeal for LBW. Douthwaite had got back and across his stumps a little bit. I mean, it was difficult to tell the point of impact from here, but the bowler seemed to be appealing in hope rather than expectation. It's not a Stuart Broad appeal by any means. The England bowler who sometimes forgets to look at the umpire when he appeals.
Yeah, there was a classic case of that, wasn't there, against the West Indies?
80 for 5. Shaw in the ball to Douthwaite, leaves that one to go through outside off stump. No run. You do get the feeling that sometimes umpires might be less inclined to give batsmen out when the bowler isn't even bothering to look at you when appealing. Though of course these days, with so many reviews available, then a lot of decisions are made with the assistance of the television umpire. Shaw is in to bowl to Douthwaite through low outside off stump. No shot played. And we should squeeze in one more before the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan website.
Yep, and that will almost certainly be bowled by George Scott. Complete a 6-over spell with the tea break. Has a wicket to show for it. And yeah, the wicket of Tom Cullen, 16. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Billy Root. Bowls. And that's on middle leg. Root defends out to mid-wicket. Got quite gloomy again. We are allowed the floodlights, and they may well be used before the end of the day. Another 36 overs potentially as Scott runs away from us. Balls, and that's solidly defended. Back to him.
I'd forgotten that David Payne was the Gloucestershire bowler involved in the great sight screen incident at Newport last season, where he was attempting to help the pushing of the adjustment of the sight screen between various bowlers.
Scott in again, and that's defended on the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket.
And panel of the sight screen came off its groove, off its rollers, and fell on him, or very nearly did. He had to jump very sharply out of the way. Picture that made an awful lot of outlets the next day, or indeed later the same day online.
Here's Scott again. That's outside the off stumper, moving further away, taken in front of first slip by Gareth Roderick in the end. Clock strikes 4 o'clock. Is that the castle clock, or
on the Civic Hall somewhere?
Okay.
City Hall, whatever it's called these days.
Pretty accurate. As Scott is in again. And once more defensive push from Billy Root, who's found batting hard work out there, but he's protected his wicket and is on the verge of seeing it through till tea. What he doesn't want to do is what happened to both openers just after the lunch interval, when, having seen through the morning session, they both departed in short order. Scott into him again, and he defends. So is this it? Yes, it is. Ian Blackwell removes the bails, and Glamorgan going to tea after a session that they won't look back on with any affection. They started it on 27 without loss, and they've finished it on 80 for 5. Douthwaite has 6 and Root has 18.
Very much Gloucestershire's session then. We'll be back around 20 past 4 with commentary on the action on the BBC Sport website and on the Glamorgan website as well, complete with the video stream. But 2 wickets for Josh Shaw, 1 apiece for Matt Taylor, David Payne and George Scott. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to follow fairly shortly. In the distance, the ground staff are looking at the covers just in case, I think, and it looks as though the hover cover is going to be brought on to protect the surface should there be any rain in the meantime. And Glamorgan at tea at 80 for 5. It's been very much Gloucestershire's session. It was 27 for no wicket at lunch, but Glamorgan collapsing in the hour after lunch. Since then, only 1 further wicket. Tom Cullen, who looked to be playing pretty solidly, was caught behind off George Scott for 16. There's been a wicket apiece to Matt Taylor and David Payne, and 2 to Josh Shaw. Glamorgan's top scorer so far is Billy Root, who's 18 not out. Dan Douthwaite is on 6. So Glamorgan in trouble in helpful bowling conditions. The covers come on in case of tea time rain. Glamorgan are 80 for 5.
Gloucestershire batting dominance halted by the rain. Gloucestershire's trip to Grace Road last week was a real run-fest of a contest against Leicestershire. Over 1,200 runs scored in 3 innings before both captains shook hands on a draw, a frustrating result after the side had piled on 571. Glamorgan, meanwhile, probably had the weather to thank for their draw last time out, with Middlesex well placed. They took the option to bowl first, putting Gloucestershire into bat. But the Welsh side would suffer a punishing first session. Chances were few and far between as openers Hammond and Dent made a good start to their innings. Glamorgan chopped and changed bowlers but could find no way to slow down the pair, let alone find a wicket. And before long, Dent had his 50, pulling well off Doothwaite for his 8th 4 of the innings. Hammond would be next, a more circumspect innings from the skipper, but his half-century was reached with a 2. And by the time the pair reached lunch, they put on 127 runs and barely given the Glamorgan bowlers a sniff. The breakthrough would finally come just after the restart. Hammond caught by Labuschagne off the bowling of Lloyd to depart for 61. But newman Bracey showed no sign of waiting to play himself in, as he dispatched his second ball for 4. Both batsmen scored boundaries in the coming overs, as Gloucestershire's momentum was kept in full swing. Then rain started to fall in Bristol, and with the score 168 for 1, the players had to head off the field of play. No further play was possible before tea, so the interval was taken, with Dent unbeaten on 82, Bracey on 21. And the weather refused to relent. Stumps called with no further action, but Gloucestershire in complete control. They'll look to build on their solid start in the morning session on day 2, whilst Glamorgan will hope they can pick up some quick wickets. Glamorgan have the best of day 2 as match hangs in the balance at Bristol. A dominant display with the bat from the home side in Bristol had been curtailed by rain, so when play resumed on day 2, it was with Dent and Bracey at the crease, the former unbeaten on 82, the score 168 for 1. Gloucestershire had high hopes of claiming maximum batting points. Glamorgan were just trying to get some wickets to get back into the contest. The Glamorgan attack had been successful at restricting elements of the home team's attacking play in the afternoon session of the first day, and they tied things down again, resulting in the wicket of Bracey as he was caught by Lloyd off Hogan for 28. Dent continued to plough forwards unfazed, and he moved into the 90s with a boundary off De Lange. In the South Africans' next over, Dent struck a further 2 boundaries, the second of which took him to his 2nd century in as many innings. It also took Gloucestershire past the 200 mark. Doothwaite was brought into the attack, and Dent struck him for 4 in his opening over. But in his next, Glamorgan made the breakthrough, Dent nicking off, Cullen with the catch as the Gloucestershire skipper departed for 105. In the very next over, the hosts were 4 down. Howell caught behind off Wag for 2. Taylor started in positive fashion with a couple of 4s off Wag, but the bowler was to grab his revenge before the interval as Taylor fell caught by Selman for 13. Higgins joined Roderick, and they saw play through to lunch. The score 266 for 5, a couple of batting points in the bag for Gloucestershire, but Glamorgan fighting back with 4 wickets. Hogan bowled the first over after the interval, and it was a peach. First, Roderick was bowled for 22, and then 2 balls later, Higgins was on his way, caught behind for 25. 267 for 7 became 280 for 8. Payne bowled by De Lange for 9. Van Buren and Shaw joined forces to take the score past 300. But the innings was brought to a swift conclusion shortly afterwards, as Van Buren was caught by Cullen off Wag for 17, and Doothwaite removed Taylor for 1, the keeper Cullen again with the catch. 176 for the loss of just the 1 wicket, the remainder going down for 137, a disappointing total in the end for Gloucestershire as they were all out for 313. Hogan and Wag the pick of the bowlers with 3 wickets apiece, And then Selman and Hemphrey came in with 14 overs to survive until the tea break. They managed this without any real trouble. The score at the interval, 35 without loss. There was no sign of any change after the interval as the pair cruised to their 50 partnership. However, 2 overs after taking the team to their half-century, Hemphrey was out, nicking off to shore, Roderick with the catch as the opener headed back to the pavilion for 28. Labuschagne joined Selman and they continued to press on after taking a couple of overs to calm things down. Labuschagne struck Taylor for a pair of boundaries in the 25th over, and when Payne came into the attack, he deposited him over the rope for the innings' first maximum. Selman now had a clear picture of Labuschagne in his rear view mirror when it came to run accumulation, but the opener accelerated to bring up his 50. The pair then brought up a 50 partnership and pressed towards 3 figures, only to fall just short. Selman, the man to go, caught Howell offshore for 73, bringing the partnership to an end 5 runs shy of 100. And as is so often the case, 1 wicket brought 2. Lloyd was out the very next over, caught behind off Higgins for 1. Billy Root came to the crease and hit a boundary in 3 consecutive overs. But there was to be a final twist as Root fell on the last ball of the final over of the day, bowled Taylor for 21, making the score 187 for 4 at the close and leaving the match finely balanced heading into the 3rd day. Gloucestershire's lead 126 runs, with Glamorgan still protecting 6 first innings wickets.
Gloucestershire edge into lead after another rain-delayed day. It's been an even contest so far in Bristol, with both sides batting carefully, and the hosts Gloucestershire took a 126-run lead into the 3rd day of action, with the game finally in the balance and both sides hoping to get on the front foot in the morning session. That morning session would never come, however, rain delaying play once again. The skies cleared, though, to get play underway at the later time of 2 p.m. Glamorgan couldn't get the start they wanted when play did resume. Labuschagne had just brought the score past 200 when he nicked behind from Payne, out for 65. 3 balls later, Morgan followed him, Payne again the man, and Glamorgan down to 204 for 6. They were seeking a period of consolidation with Cullen and Doothwaite, but Cullen fell, Shaw the man getting him out for just 7. Doothwaite and Wagg were patient, finding boundaries few and far between. They made it through to tea unscathed and seeked to continue batting carefully in the evening session. That careful batting didn't pay dividends for Glamorgan. Doothwaite, Higgins' 2nd wicket of the day, as the Glamorgan man was out for 23. De Lange gave the Glamorgan fans something to smile about with a maximum, but an over later he was sent walking for 8. And 1 ball later, Glamorgan's innings was over. Wagg the man out for a useful 33. Glamorgan with a first innings deficit of 26, and they'd be hoping to topple as much of the host's top order as possible before the close of play. Gloucestershire faced a tricky mini-session in the evening. It started disastrously for them. First innings hero Dent gone for just 2. Hammond, however, settled immediately, accumulating swift runs off several boundaries. He just got motoring when Doothwaite cut his fun, bowling the opener for 21. Bad light had been threatening play all evening, but Bracey managed 1 more boundary before the umpires halted play for the day. Gloucestershire 41 for 2, leading by 67 runs. The match seemingly destined for a draw, but both sides will attack on the final morning, aiming to make a vital breakthrough.
Hogan's wickets and Labuschagne's runs guide Glamorgan to victory.
Day 4 in Bristol would begin as Day 3 had ended. Gloucestershire in the driving seat, Roderick and Bracey at the crease, and the match heading towards a draw. Any positive result for either side would be dependent on the home side's ability to bat quickly in the first session. They'd resume on 41 for 2 with a lead of 67, and Roderick immediately put his foot on the accelerator, finding the boundary 3 times in the first 6 overs as the home side breezed past 50. That flurry of boundaries would be the extent of his contribution, dismissed by Hogan for 20, caught by Selman at second slip. Bracey would take up the baton of his departed partner, his own score growing with each 4 scored. It would be his undoing. Looking to turn Doothwaite round the corner for another boundary, he was trapped LBW, innings over for 33.
With Howell and Taylor fresh to the crease, Glamorgan had an opportunity and would look to take quick wickets in the hope of forcing a result. The Gloucestershire pair though would stay together to take the side's total past 100, Taylor accelerating. He'd go the same way as Bracey though, playing across the line to Lloyd, out LBW for 16. Howell and Higgins though would guide the side through to lunch at 131 for 5, the lead 157. Higgins' stay at the crease would turn out to be brief. He was well caught at first slip for 6 for Hogan's third of the innings. He wouldn't have to wait long for a fourth. Howell, his next victim, clean bowled for 33. Payne would only add 1 run to the score before he too would fall, caught behind off the bowling of Wagg. The innings was over within 17 balls. Shaw slashed Wagg straight to Labuschagne at point to leave Gloucestershire 9 down before De Lange had Van Buren caught behind, gone for 9. 161 all out, the target 188. A gettable total for Glamorgan, but a draw still the more likely option with 1.5 sessions left in the match. But Selman and Hemphrey would get off to a slow start, just 6 runs scored off the first 4 overs. Selman was then out, caught at point by Taylor for 6 off the bowling of Payne. Labuschagne would announce himself with a boundary to take Glamorgan into double figures, and he'd take the Gloucestershire bowlers to task, hitting 4 more boundaries as the side raced from 10 for 1 to 56 for 1 in the remaining 8 overs before tea. With Glamorgan starting to look like they were in control of the match, another wicket fell. Hemphrey caught by Dent off the bowling of Shaw, out for 15. Unmoved, Labuschagne would pick up his half-century, taking just 61 balls to get there. He was beginning to look like the key man in the chase. With the target about to tick down into double figures, he'd lose another partner though, Lloyd dragging a Taylor delivery onto his off stump, out for 8. Root would stay with Labuschagne, and the required total ticked down further. Gloucestershire though would break the partnership when captain Dent held on to a catch to see Root go for 31. The home side's confidence grew, and in the next over the linchpin Labuschagne was gone, edging Payne behind for 82. It was still Glamorgan's to lose though, and Doothwaite would settle nerves with 2 quick boundaries off Shaw and then Payne. The target dropped into single figures, but Gloucestershire would pick up another wicket, albeit a little too late. Doothwaite out for 14, caught by Van Buren off the bowling of Shaw. Morgan cleared the boundary with his first ball faced to leave just 1 run required for Glamorgan. Wagg sealing the victory with a single 2 balls later, winning the match by 4 wickets. It was quite an achievement, with a draw looking the most likely result as Gloucestershire had resumed in the morning. A quite remarkable spell of bowling prevented the home side from putting on the kind of score they'd hoped for, and instead turned the tables, putting the pressure on the home team. Hogan's 4 for 22, the standout performance. In Labuschagne, Glamorgan had a player who rose to the challenge of the chase. His innings of 82 featured 10 fours and broke the back of that run chase. Gloucestershire will have no complaints. They'd let their foot off the accelerator on the final day, and on the balance of play, they deserved their first defeat of the season.
to that like and then I'll see. Oh. Hi Judy, are you trying to call me then? Yeah, I haven't got the mics up yet, so be a couple of seconds yet. Will do. Oh, hang on. On fire, is it?
consistent, I think, because oh, yeah. Probably could, yeah. Yeah, I think you're probably right. He's that good, isn't he? He is that good.
What do you want,